date on it. Just to get rid of some of that noise. That's a bit better. Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef?
Let her
Who's the
go.
fucking master chef?
You should fucking let her
Who's the
go.
master chef? Who's the fucking master chef?
Let her
Who's the
cook.
master chef?
You should let
Who's the
her cook.
fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef?
Clocking up some real beats tonight.
Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef?
What beer are we drinking?
Who's the fucking master chef?
Nothing yet, but
Who's the master chef?
I will introduce a beer
Master chef.
in due course.
Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef? Who's the master chef? Who's the fucking master chef?
Oh yeah, can you see Brooklyn there? Look, there's a little blurry thing. The little blurry thing in the bed down there. I'm sure he will be. There we go. I'm sure he will be joining us later on. I'm sure he'll want more attention later on. There's a bit more focus. Bit more focus. There's a little ginger blob in the bed. All right. Battery removed from the wah pedal. Now we can begin. Oh, am I loud enough? I don't feel very loud. I need to be louder. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There we go. I should turn down this bit and then turn my. Got Too many knobs, man. I have a bit of a cough. I apologise. But if I don't move around too much, then it doesn't affect me too badly. I'll put some lo-fi on. Oh. Wait, there we go. Right. Bit of lo-fi, bit of lo-fi. Ooh. There we go. Time to have a little chat and a chill. I'll move the camera down a bit. Who's doing assisted unaliving? Well, no one yet. I put that camera down way too far, didn't I? Love the clothes, but please don't be cold. Oh god, no, I hope this doesn't go on all night. Oh no. I just have to... It's one of those like tickly coughs. Where it like, if I look up, then like my, I don't know what it is, my trachea squashes and then it makes the tickle go off. But if I just carry on just like, if I like look down, or like mostly straight forward, it doesn't affect me too bad. Although, it does affect me a bit worse at night. How is my hair so messy already? I need honey or something very sweet, yeah. Although I can't technically have honey as a vegan. Vegan. I can't have honey really. I just have to keep drinking. I mean, that's the only way through it. Your parrot was digging the jam. Awesome. Nice piano there, thanks. I nearly used it in the intro jam, but then I thought, you know what? There is enough in this jam now. I don't want to overjam the jam. I need Sainsbury's ready-made bramble cocktails, seasonal and strong. You never knew honey wasn't vegan. It's a bit of a controversial one, to be honest. Some vegans, I think, will have it, but technically, it's I don't know. You can't really ask a bee how it's feeling. I mean, you can't really ask any animal how it's feeling, but I guess it's more contested as to like how mistreated they are when you have bee farms. So, oh, Brooklyn's coming up already. But yeah, I might have to have a locket or something if it gets worse. The bees don't fucking care, do they? Well, how do you know? Do insects have feelings? Well, how do you define a feeling? Here he is. Here he is already. As soon as this boy sees a lap, he is on it. He is the most lappy of lap cats you could ever get. Classic Brooklyn. It exploits bees for something we don't need. Yeah, I mean that's... Yeah, basically the premise of all veganism really is we shouldn't be exploiting animals for things that we don't need. And we don't need meat, really. I'm sorry to break it to you, but we don't. Because, newsflash, I am alive. I'm still alive. Would you be okay with exploiting wasps? Yeah, fuck wasps. Wasps are important for their ecosystems. Yeah, I mean, everything's important for its ecosystem. And they're all going to get fucked up when climate change really takes a hold. And then we're all fucked anyway, so. Anyway. I better get going kind of quickly because if my cough gets really bad, then this stream is going to be unbearable if I'm just sat here coughing. I've been, well, this week, I spent Monday and Tuesday with a goddamn awful migraine. So, yeah, I couldn't get any work done or anything. It was really annoying. I reckon it's because I had my period. And, like, I swear, as I get older, like, my hormones just get to me worse. And, yeah, I'm getting migraines now. And they suck. I was, like, literally just couldn't do anything for 2 days. Is it from the lack of birth control? Well, you see, I was on an IUD and I was having loads of other symptoms. And I've come off the IUD. And I still think I'm kind of stabilising after coming off the IUD. So I'm hoping things might get a little bit better, but we'll see. Almond milk is not vegan because bees are heavily used in its production. Really? I don't really drink much almond milk, but I didn't know that. Why would bees be used in the production of almond milk? What are they doing there? Are they the ones milking the almonds? Squeezing them. They trick bees in to pollinate the almond flowers. Oh, okay. What else have I been doing this week? Research. Maybe this week is just cursed. Yeah, one of my mods got migraine as well. But yeah, yeah. But other than that, I've managed to get some research done. Been reading some really interesting stuff about statistics, which when I say it like that, it sounds really boring, but I promise you it's not. Statistics are really fun and exciting, and I'm going to make them really fun and exciting. I swear. Guys, Poisson distribution is honestly really, really exciting. I love a bit of Poisson distribution and a bit of Bayes theorem. It's fascinating. So many bell curves. Okay, Carol Vorderman, we believe you. Guess what? Guess fucking what? Carol Vorderman is following me on Blue Sky. Oh, so officially, Blue Sky is better than Twitter, than Twitter ever was, because Carol Vorderman's following me on there. I need to get my sound effects open. Hey, thank you for the cheer. Can I read that? Most of my PhD statistics class was was examples of how we use was examples of how statistics are used to tell lies to public. Yes, and I think that's why people need to know how they work, because like you can use data to like literally make any stupid made up point that's not true that you want. Like you can decide on anything and make it sound like it's real if you manipulate the data enough to make it that way. And basically statistics exists as a discipline, as a field of research, because they're basically like fighting against, I mean, like they're basically trying to sort of standardize how data should be shown in like primarily in like academic papers and stuff. And because humans are very, very bad at looking at data and gleaning what they should deduce from it. We're very bad at that. And we need to know more about statistics to be able to like figure out what we're looking at. Because like when you see a graph and it like shows some sort of like, you know, rising trend or declining trend or whatever, there's always like a shit ton of there's always a statistical model involved in creating that graph, which involves a hell of a lot of assumptions, and it's the assumptions that you need to be really wary of when you're like looking at a graph like that. It's the assumptions in the statistical model maybe like statistics itself needs its whole video on its own. We're like the biggest challenge ever. Mooncat tries to make statistics publicly accessible. I don't know. We super suck at deduction, we prefer think raging. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, the polls with the US election this year are a good example. They always tend to show like very much like 50-50 split, like a split that's like, this time they showed a split that was like much closer than it actually ended up being. Sorry. I'm gonna have to have a locket in a second. And yeah, basically with election polls, they also involve a hell of a lot of like statistical modeling and assumptions, because you've got to consider when you're doing a poll for an election, you've got to consider the type of person that is likely to answer a political survey. And that's not your average voter. The type of person who's likely to respond to a poll is not your average voter. So what they try and do, these pollsters, is they try and take that into account, and they try to guess, basically. They try to like build a statistical model by building up a load of assumptions about who they're not getting answers from and who they are getting answers from, and splitting those people into demographics and trying to basically predict what they would do based on the data that they actually have. And the thing is, like, as a statistician, you're still subject to human bias because you're a human. So like what these pollsters generally still end up doing is gathering data that still backs up what they want to happen or what they think will happen, more than what will actually happen. So that's why they're always wrong. I've spoken with a few pollsters from the US election. It seems they have a massive problem actually reaching those target groups. Yeah, because like what won it for Trump really was unengaged voters. It was exactly those kinds of people who would not respond to polls, and obviously like they would have tried to factor that in, but they got it very wrong, obviously, still. Because, you know, like, I think the main reason that he won is because he's very good at, like, well, A, it's the economy, and people seem to think that, you know, whoever's in charge at a country at the time has, like, this little knob that says inflation, and they can just turn it up or turn it down. Like, that seems to be the way that most people think the economy works. And the other thing is that he was very good at, like, engaging non-engaged voters, because obviously, like, he's a big character and all of that. So but yeah, in case like you haven't seen it, I found this analysis of the election results quite interesting. Let's see if I can find it. I think this was like one of the most insightful. Subscribe to read. Oh, Brooklyn. Oh, he's clawing my goddamn thighs. I'm definitely subscribed to the Financial Times. Definitely. I'm so subscribed. Anyway, this article is pretty good. I won't read it all, but there's one graph. Oh shit, you can't see the graph on this archive page. Darn it. But basically, there's a graph that shows. Oh, hang on. I wonder if I can just find the graph somewhere. Yeah, this one. Someone posted it on X. So, basically, every incumbent party who had an election in the world this year lost. Basically because of the economy. Every governing party facing election in a developed country this year lost vote share. The first time this has ever happened. And guess who this dot down here is? Guess who they are? It's the Tories. It was our election. So, like, it wasn't even as drastic. Nowhere near as drastic a change in share as what our election was. So yeah. Which is why it's so annoying when people are like, "Oh yeah, I know why the Democrats lost. It was because of Gaza, or it was because she didn't do trans rights enough, or something. I just think there were two main reasons. One of them was the economy because of COVID, and the other one was, yeah, he was just very good at getting disengaged voters to vote for him. And Kamala was like, yeah, she did a shit campaign, but it was rushed. And they fucked up from the start because they tried to convince everyone that Biden wasn't senile, and then they were like, oh no, he is. So now it's me, and then she just rushed a campaign. They didn't even do a primary. It was fucked from the start, but... And racism and sexism. All of those things as well. But yeah. I think that's a just like people being generally disengaged with politics, I think is one of the main issues. And it's like, well, how do we get people engaged with politics? Because I mean, like, I get why people don't want to be. It's complicated. It can be very boring. Hang on one sec, I'm gonna drop a message in Discord. Right. Yeah, I don't know if they've got anything more to say about that, really. It's just, yeah, I just thought that whole article, though, is actually quite interesting if you want to check it out. And give the Financial Times your money. Was there anything else they said in this that was interesting? Yeah, this was the point. Ultimately, voters don't distinguish between unpleasant things that their leaders and governments have direct control over, and those are international phenomena, yep, resulting from supply-side disruptions caused by a global pandemic or the warmongering of an aging autocrat halfway across the world. Very true. Like, I saw in America, like, because the gas prices were rising, people were, like, putting stickers on the gas pumps saying, "Thanks, Biden," as if it was him who directly just going into every gas station in America, like, another couple of cents, Joe. another couple of cents, Jack. Oh, fuck me. Biden be hitting that plus 10 cents in every pump. Right, we're gonna pour a bit. I'm also feeling a piss coming on straight away. But it's not just about inflation. An update of economist Arthur Oaken's misery index, the sum of the inflation and unemployment rates for this era, might swap out joblessness and replace it with immigration. On this base, the past couple of years in the UK and US, UK, and dozens of other countries have categorized by more economic and societal upheaval than they have seen in generations. Anyway, people are dumb. What are you gonna do? Democracy is dumb. We've got 3 Swords by Kirkstall. Whoa! That being said, though, as much as I hate democracy sometimes, I'm not one of those people who's like, yeah, revolution. Like, come on, be realistic, bro. There's no fucking revolution happening anytime soon. Oh. That pour needed a trigger warning. Right, what else have I been doing this week? Not a lot. Migraining. And I've had this, like, moon tanky arc. God, I've been having this, like, on-off headache all week. It's been annoying. And then, like, at night, this cough gets worse. Like, literally, while I'm trying to sleep, this cough gets worse. And then I wake up with a slight headache. But it's, like, not like a proper full-on cold. It's just, like, really annoying. Right. What was I gonna do? Logan Paul came for the BBC. Shall we start with something a bit stupid?
The popular social media person
How dare you come for our BBC?
Logan Paul is facing fresh questions over his cryptocurrency dealings, with ongoing concerns he may have profited by misleading fans. He has promoted cryptocurrencies to millions of followers online and appears to have caused prices in these investments to spike. And that's led to suggestions that he could have profited from sales of any tokens that he had held. The BBC has seen new evidence suggesting he promoted investments without revealing he had a financial interest in them. He denies any wrongdoing, but let's bring you more.
I'd like to see him in the ring with Laura Koonsberg.
Now with the BBC's Matt Shear.
Or Victoria Derbyshire. Who would win?
I have to say, the real Logan Paul looks very different.
Did you come all over here to ask about how I look?
Is Logan coming?
I'm right here, bud.
We've been investigating the influencer Logan Paul's crypto activities for nearly a year.
What am I paying my license fee for, BBC? Questions over Syrpto dealings?
But when we booked an interview, he sent a lookalike and trolled us. I wanted to ask him.
He doesn't even look like Logan Paul, does he? Like, he looks he looks like if Logan Paul had generations and generations and generations of inbred children. He's like the sixth generation, if there was a royal family of Logan Pauls.
But when we booked an
He's got the Habsburg chin. He's got the Paul Habsburg chin.
Interview, he sent a lookalike and trolled us. I wanted to ask about allegations from critics who say he made personal gains by misleading his fans about crypto. For this, he denies any wrongdoing. The allegations relate to the way the influencer has used his social accounts to promote cryptocurrencies. Like in 2021, when at the height of his interest in crypto, he posted about an Elon Musk-themed meme coin to his global following. What he didn't say is that he may have been a secret holder of the token. Our investigation looked at an anonymous crypto account with close links to Logan Paul. We noticed the anonymous account was first funded by Logan Paul's public crypto account, then from his fan club's NFT project, and it purchased a large amount of the coin. Moments before the tweet, it bought almost $160,000 worth. When the market peaked 12 hours later, it sold its holding at roughly $120,000 profit. Shortly afterwards, the price crashed.
He doesn't even need to do this shit. He could just release some fucking shitty drink, some shitty t-shirt, and he'd make that in about 5 minutes anyway. Why do this?
Appears an account with close connections to Logan Paul made a lot of money from that tweet by buying directly before and selling after. I went to the head office of the Securities and Exchange Commission. I asked their chair about the laws around promoting crypto.
They're supposed to tell you if they get paid, how much they get paid, whether they own the tokens, whether they've made money on the tokens, whether they actually know something about the project. And we at the Securities and Exchange Commission have brought a number of cases in these areas over the years.
Gensler couldn't speak specifically about Paul.
He is the crypto bros' arch nemesis, this guy.
Told us.
Influencers, whatever their name might be.
The amount of conspiracy theories flying around about the fucking head of the SEC.
Don't go out and tout something and mislead the public.
Because it's illegal.
Yeah, it's also wrong.
There are still questions around Paul's crypto activities.
Yeah, and Logan Paul, he would never do something wrong.
But instead of answering them, he chose to send a lookalike. In doing so, he appears to be ambivalent about what happens to fans who invested based on his endorsements. And with a class action claim filed for his failed CryptoZoo project, the allegations around Paul exploiting his significant platform to promote cryptocurrency continue to mount. Logan Paul has consistently denied any wrongdoing and blames other team members for the failure of the CryptoZoo project. Matt Shea, BBC News.
All right, we've got Logan Paul's. I'm going to have a locket because I feel like I'm really annoying everyone whenever I cough. I might have to have a locket. I'll go and find one in a second.
Look, you're one of
All right, Logan Paul did a response on his channel. I bet he's gonna dunk so hard on the BBC right now, so fucking hard that like the BBC is gonna be crying in the corner and they're just gonna dissolve, and then I won't have to pay my license fee anymore. That's clearly how this is gonna go.
Look, you're one of the most famous people by many metrics in the world.
Oh my god, he actually thinks it's me. What a dumb.
Like, these are some very serious questions.
I'm a very serious guy.
I'm a serious person.
Bro, what the This is crazy.
You might recognize this handsome devil. His name is Matt Shea, and he works for the BBC and Vice. He's the grown man who was told he could interview Andrew Tate if he brought him a box of chocolates.
Would you bring me a box of chocolates?
Yeah, they weren't Feastables. Why is he...
He could interview Andrew Tate if he brought him a box of chocolates.
Would you bring me a box of chocolates?
I can bring you a box of chocolates.
If you promise to bring me a box of chocolates, that will increase your chances.
Dignity out the window and desperate for more Top G, the candy man flew all the way to Romania with a fresh pack of Feastables.
Do you have the chocolate? Yeah.
But when he arrived with his big box of chocolates, his dreams were crushed. The Tates ghosted him. But that's okay, because his original Tate hit piece for Vice garnered 5 million views, only to be ripped apart for unverified and one-sided allegations that is right on brand for an organization as credible as the BBC and Vice. The backlash was so bad, they had to turn their comments off. And no, the BBC is not the hub category stupid, although we did find out there's a registered account to Matt Shea's personal Gmail, but let's pin that. It's the British media conglomerate that you might...
There's too much going on. My synapses can't fire this fast.
As credible as the BBC.
I'm not Gen Z enough for this video.
And Vice. The backlash was so bad, they had to turn their comments off. And no, the BBC is not the hub category stupid, although we did find out there's a registered account to Matt Shea's personal Gmail, but let's...
I still didn't pick up what the hell he was saying there. Something about a porn star? What?
Category stupid, although we did find out there's a registered account to Matt Shea's personal Gmail.
So Matt Shea has a Pornhub account. Well, someone with Matt Shea's name has a Pornhub account. Is that literally the dunk? Is that the dunk? Someone with Matt Shea's name has a Pornhub account. Is that the dunk? What?
But let's pin that. It's the British media conglomerate that you might know because they've been...
Who doesn't have a Pornhub account? Like, if you don't have if they looked through all of the Pornhub accounts and his name wasn't there, that would have been weirder. That would have been weirder.
Platforming predators for the past 50 years. Got a list: Jimmy Savile, Chris Denning, Chris Langham, Jonathan King, Rolf Harris, Stuart Hall, and currently Hugh Edwards.
I'm still reeling from that. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Okay, let's carry on.
That you might know because they've been platforming predators for the past 50.
Oh my god. Okay, it's the whole pedo thing. It's the whole pedo thing, isn't it? So like literally whenever the BBC investigates anyone with one of their thousands and thousands of journalists, they point to one of the few people that they've hired in the past that turned out to be pedophiles. I'm sorry, I'll tell you what, if you're a fucking huge corporation and you're employing thousands of people, over like decades, some of them are going to turn out to be pedophiles. They just are. It's just gonna happen.
Years. Got a list: Jimmy Savile, Chris Denning, Chris Langham, Jonathan King, Rolf Harris, Stuart Hall, and currently Hugh Edwards. All of them convicted of sexual offenses, most of them involving minors that are quite frankly too f***ed up to get into. And in the case of Hugh Edwards, which is unfolding as we speak, the BBC knew about it.
What?
We knew, said BBC boss Tim Davie as he continued to pay the predator the highest salary in the BBC using the funds of UK citizens. And while Matt was at Vice Media, they faced sexual misconduct allegations from over 24 women, including against their former boss, the president, Andrew Creighton. Who?
Thing is, it's a legitimate criticism, but it's like, this isn't the only media corporation that's ended up with this kind of scandal. You're just like, you're pointing it out like they're the only media corporation who's had this happen to them. Literally all of them have.
UK citizens. And while Matt was at Vice Media, they faced sexual misconduct allegations from over 24 women, including against their former boss, the president, Andrew Creighton, who, by the way, had to leave the company after paying a former employee a settlement for a sexual harassment claim. Anyway, I give this context because while Matt Shea reports for organizations with proven, known history of sexual misconduct,
full-on distraction tactic, though, isn't it? It's just like, oh my god, this massive corporation also has had these scandals in the past. Oh my god, therefore I'm innocent because this huge fucking multi-million-pound corporation has had some scandals over the past few decades, so I'm innocent.
He advances his career through the investigation of alleged sexual misconduct. Ironic. Also being an investigator himself, I wonder what Matt knows. I'm not saying anything. Anyways, earlier this year I found
And yeah, he also just defended Andrew Tate.
out that Tooth Gap and his pedo overlords had turned their attention to me. Because what better way to divert attention from the fact that you can't stop hiring category A sexual predators than by making a regurgitated hit piece on a wrestler? Oh, and the subject matter? You guessed it, a barrage of crypto-related scam allegations that I, have heard before. Now look, you put the words Logan Paul, crypto, and scammer in the same sentence, you got yourself a never-ending goldmine of YouTube views. I get it. But as I said before, and I will maintain, I did not scam anyone. I made $0 off these Crypto Zoo scam allegations.
Fucking pay the people back for Crypto Zoo! Pay the people who paid for your stupid fucking... If I get too fired up, I'm just gonna have a coughing fit. Fucking pay the people back!
I don't know how many
They bought stupid NFTs with eggs on them with like little animals that coming out that they don't want them. Pay them back.
times I need to say it. I did the first ever buyback in NFT history. Shut the up. But
Wait, I've not heard anything about him actually paying people back.
none of that matters because today Matt thinks he's interviewing me, but he's not. He's not interviewing me. He's interviewing not Logan Paul, who is not me, but will be told what to say with a secret earpiece by me, Logan Paul, not Logan Paul.
I'm Logan Paul. This is not Logan Paul. And this is my BBC.
Ah, the old BBC joke. Very funny.
Guys, it's all good. It's all good.
We even flew not Logan Paul, also known as Rodney, here a day early so we could practice.
Do you only work for sexual predators? Did Hugh Everett's ever touch your pee-pee? Who the registers for a Hub account?
We had responses ready for anything Matt would throw at us and ready for any possible outcome.
Because that's the other thing. This guy has gotten played before. You'd think he'd be kind of on high alert.
The golden question is Matt gonna be so thirsty for an interview that he continues interviewing not me just to get a piece of content? Or is there a chance he thinks it's me?
We are doing an interview with the BBC.
All right, we are about to get started. Matt is in his seat. He's been sitting there for about 5 minutes now. I have never seen anyone so...
Do you reckon he's juiced up? That vein in his arm looks
Matt is in his
pretty juiced.
seat. He's been sitting there for about 5 minutes now. I have never seen anyone so nervous in my life. Can't stop taking sips of water. He's fidgeting. We haven't even started yet.
He's just finishing up his call. Be down here in a couple minutes.
There's our boy. Do you feel ready?
I feel good.
You're gonna crush it.
Oh my God, I don't know.
What's up, dude?
How's it going?
Thanks. Matt.
Sorry, I'm tired. No, last night was hard.
Hit me with the all right.
All right. How do you enjoy Puerto Rico?
Yeah, pretty good, huh?
He thinks it's me.
So, look, you're one of the most famous people by many metrics in the world.
Oh my God, he actually thinks it's me. What a dumbass.
Is there like a big weight of responsibility, or is it just a ton of fun?
Bro, I'm 205 pounds. I feel like the shit.
205 pounds, I feel like this is an amazing.
Would you say that translating that fame and that following into...
Wait, are those notes?
Oh, you got notes.
I didn't bring any notes. I didn't know it was this serious.
I don't have any notes. I'm a little under the pair.
No worries. Would you say that translating that fame and influence into wealth is something you've been...
He doesn't actually think he's Logan Paul, does he? I think he's just going along with it for content.
particularly focused on?
Yeah, of course. I'm rich as hell.
I mean, like, I think he flew all the way to Puerto Rico to do this, didn't he? I don't think he was just going to walk out at that point. I don't think I would.
Fame and influence into wealth is something you've been particularly focused on?
Yeah, of course. I'm rich as hell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rich and famous saying it's working.
Bro, what the f***? This is f***ing crazy.
Why do you look so different to me? Jim, is it just me? Does he look different?
Oh, he's noticing.
Oh, did he actually get he actually got trolled?
No. I'm tired, bro.
I'm really tired.
But I'm locked in, I swear to God, bro.
I locked in. I'm ready for this interview.
I have to say, the real
Logan Paul looks very different.
Did you come all the way over here to ask about how I look?
Not everyone is as handsome as you, Matt.
You look pretty good too right now, though.
Yeah. Is Logan coming?
I'm right here, bud.
Joking, right? This is a joke.
Bro, you have 15 minutes.
Matt, you got 15 minutes? Let's get to it. I'm locked in. What you got?
Yo,
Like, these are two very serious questions.
I'm a very serious guy.
There are people who really want to know the answer to these.
I'm a serious person.
Let's just get out of here.
This reporter's shutting down.
What is Joe Rogan's latest hot take? Do I want to know? Put it in the Discord, someone. If you think I really want to know, put it in the Discord.
Rodney, I'm sending him in.
BBC is filed. BBC is filed. Higher than filed. Higher than filed.
No way, bro.
Still touching town. Still touching town.
Ask him about his personal account.
MattHShay@gmail.com is registered the
Tell him he unlocked 3 achievements.
amazing
Come
achievements.
Oh, he's leaving. That's what upset him the most. Are they leaving? We're gonna protest from the roof as they leave.
Go, go, go. BBC is filed. Higher than filed. Higher than filed. BBC is filed. BBC is filed. Higher than filed.
Flustered, frustrated.
I mean, Logan Paul, doesn't your friend Mr. Beast also hire pedophiles?
And unaccomplished, the BBC boys were driven out of town. They couldn't leave fast enough. Oh, and the Puerto Rican videographers they hired apparently were given no context to what was shooting and were not on board for their hit piece.
Their videographers have done for us in the past with
They
other
have?
crews. And they're like, bro, we didn't sign up for their We love the Pauls.
Yo, this motherfucker thought it was me for 3 minutes. It took him 3 minutes to go, you look a little different. Well, you know, bro, Rodney. So look, that was a great success. I cannot believe that guy keeps getting got. Something I'm also gonna do, donate $50,000 to a children's organization.
Oh yeah, it's all okay then. Fucking hell. He's been taking lessons from Mr. Beast. Fucking hell.
That focus on children suffering and who are being abused. Something that we have not seen the BBC do yet, even though they've been platforming the worst people.
I guarantee you, Logan Paul has never donated to a single charity without fucking telling everybody about it. He would only ever use charity for his own gain. Just like his mate, Mr. Beast.
People on the planet for the past 50 years. With that said, guess we're a prank channel now. Like and subscribe. Peace.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. The BBC got so dunked, bro. The thing is his fucking child fans would just eat that up, wouldn't they? That's the benefit of having literal children be your audience. I couldn't pull off something like that, for fuck's sake. You bitches are all too old. For fuck's sake. You're all too old. You're not naive enough. Cheer for the cough syrup. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna grab a locket in a second, just so I don't annoy the fuck out of all of you. Where's has anybody sent me the freaking Joe Rogan thing yet? No. It must be shit then if no one sent it to me in the Discord. Alright, I'm just sending a message, hang on. Okay, what else do we have? I do need to pee, so I might pee. And also get a locket while I'm there, so I don't annoy you all with my stupid coughing. That's really going to make my beer taste horrible though, isn't it? If I have a locket and then it's going to... And then like I have that minty taste in my mouth. That like lockety, sweety taste in my mouth. It's going to make my beer taste horrible. Worst. First world problem ever. Right, piss. Piss time! Just smoke a menthol cigarette? Yeah, that'll fix everything. Don't smoke cigarettes. I've never smoked an actual cigarette. I don't think I've even ever taken like a single toke of a cigarette because I don't see the point. Like, the entire point of even having your first cigarette is like I don't know, the intention is to get addicted. Because if you're not addicted, then it's not even pleasurable. It just tastes like cigarette, which is, I don't think is even that much of a pleasurable taste. So why would you even ever do it? I'm going to have to evict Brooklyn off my lap. What about a cigar? I've never had a cigar. Maybe I would try a cigar one day. Just for fun, but probably just one like, and then I'll be like, no, thank you. No more. Because like I'm so susceptible to like migraines and headaches that I swear it would immediately give me a headache, I think, if I tried a cigar or a cigarette. Crack pipe? Yeah, that'll be fine. Crack pipe will be fine. Right, I'm going to have to evict Brooklyn, have a wee, find some lockets, and I'll be right back. Let's turn it up a bit. Turn it up a bit. Yeah. There it is.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. You got me burning up. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now.
All right, we've got the lockets. Oh. Okay. Okay. It's probably going to make the beer taste awful, but you're having sex as we speak. You're in chat while you're fucking. Is it to make you last longer? Does my voice make you last longer? Oh. Nuts after being negged by me. All right, what should we do next? All right, let's do some UK shit. Let's do some UK shit. Let me close a few things. Okay. Lockets and beer. Is it a deadly combination? I mean, we're about to find out on stream. Oh, it is making my throat feel so much better though. This stream is not sponsored by Lockets. Let's all right, let's do the BBC theme. Oh, we're gonna have to sample something from that Logan Paul video, aren't we?
Crazy guy.
I'm a serious person.
What should we do? What did we do?
Crazy.
We knew, said BBC boss Tim Davie as he continued to pay the Predator the highest salary in the BBC using the funds of UK citizens. And while being an investigator himself, I wonder what interviewing not Logan Paul, who is not me. But
Did Hugh Everett ever touch your pee-pee? Who the
what should we sample from this video?
He's just finishing up his call.
He's noticing now. I'm tired, bro.
I'm really tired.
Shutting down.
Something without a lot of music behind it.
this context because while Matt Shea reports for organizations with proven alleged sexual misconduct, ironic. Also being an investigator himself, I wonder what Matt knows. I'm not saying anything. Anyways, earlier this year, I found out that Tooth Gap and his pedo overlords agitated hit piece on a wrestler. Oh, and the subject matter? You get organizations with proven, known history. Anyways, earlier this year...
The pee-pee?
Crypto Zoo scam allegations. I don't know how many times I need to say it. I did the first ever buyback in NFT history. Shut the up. But none of that matters because today Matt thinks he's interviewing me, but he's not. He's not interviewing me. He's interviewing not Logan Paul, who is not me, but will be told what to say with a secret earpiece by me, Logan Paul, not Logan Paul.
I'm Logan Paul. This is not Logan Paul, and this is my BBC. Wait a second, guys. It's all good. It's all good.
We even flew not Logan Paul, also known as Rodney, here a day early so we could practice.
Do you only work for sexual predators? Did Hugh Everett ever touch your pee-pee? Who the f registers for a Pornhub account?
Romania with a fresh pack of Feastables.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to fucking... I hate YouTube. I hate the fucking settings on YouTube. Sorry. Like, literally. It's so difficult to work out how to fucking do anything on this thing. Alright, I'm just keeping that page open. I'm going to save it as a bookmark. The band page. Because it's so bloody difficult to get to. Right, what should we,
A barrage of crypto-related scam allegations that I, have heard before. Now look, you put
a box of chocolate.
Or if you don't want me to sample Logan Paul, shall we just sample something different? Shall we sample from Noel's house party?
Left crinkly bottom and gone. And next week it's wall-to-wall star-studded show with great style. I'm sorry, you're not. Party, left crinkly bottom and gone.
I feel like I need to sample Noel Edmonds because I've already got lots of blobby samples. But if I sample Noel Edmonds doing something.
Behave!
Maybe if I sample him going behave.
Behave! Behave! Go to your room! Goodness sake. Go.
This was my this nightmare fuel was my childhood.
Go to your room. You're definitely not coming now. Definitely not. Go to your room. Behave!
I might just do the bit where he's going, behave!
Behave! Go to your room! Goodness sake. Go to your room. You're definitely not coming now. Definitely not. Go to your room.
Blobby, have a look at this. It's my air ticket. I thought you'd probably want to see it. And look at this, slightly bigger one. Just for you, Blobby. You're coming.
All right. We're going for it. Download. Oh my god. How compressed is this audio? This waveform is a brick. Wait, okay. Bow, 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 bow. All right, we like that. We like that. We like that. Okay, and if we bring out the blobby sound effects. All right, let's go. It's so dissonant because in the background of that sample there's a piano that is really dissonant with. All right, well, let's just go with it. I'm so sorry for that abomination. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I didn't know that was gonna happen. I'm sorry for your ears. I'm sorry for your nightmares. Anyway. Oh my god. All right. Let's talk about Gregg Wallace. Woo! So, Gregg Wallace has been digging himself into a deep hole this week. He's apparently been making questionable remarks to women that he has been working with on MasterChef. Kirsty Walk is part of this. Anyway, let's read. I like the base. I like the buttery biscuit base. I like the base. I like the buttery biscuit. Sexual harassment. Where's my boom? Oh, I've still got Blobby loaded up. Hang on. There we go. Where's my horny bonk gone? Do I not have a horny bonk anymore? Why is my horny bonk offline? No, not that. Not that one. Where's my horny bonk? Why? Right, I'm gonna open the other one. I'm gonna open the other project. My horny bonk. I need a horny bonk. My horny bonk has disappeared. Gregg Wallace is to step away from presenting MasterChef while allegations of historical misconduct are investigated. The show's production company has said it comes after BBC News has sent a letter to Wallace's representatives on Tuesday setting out allegations of inappropriate sexual comments by 13 people who worked with him across a range of shows over a 17-year period. Broadcaster Kirsty Walk, who was a celebrity MasterChef contestant in 2011, said he told sexualized jokes during filming. Oh, I never knew she was a contestant. To be fair, I've never watched MasterChef. Wallace's lawyers say it is entirely false that he engages in a behavior of a sexually harassing nature. MasterChef's production company, Banijay UK, has launched an investigation and said Wallace is cooperating. In a video posted Instagram on Thursday evening, Wallace said, "I would like to thank all the people getting in touch, reaching out and showing their support. It's good of you. Thank you very much."
I was on Celebrity MasterChef in 2011, and it was pretty well a joyous experience. It was great fun, the team was fantastic, and the crew was fantastic. I would say one thing, and the one thing is that the fly in the ointment, on occasion, was Gregg Wallace. The first time that I suppose we were subjected to a kind of sexually inappropriate story was, it was very early morning, and we were in a retirement home, and the crew was in a room with the contestants, Jonta Road, and we were getting ready. We'd each been given a recipe that one of the residents was a favourite baking recipe, and that we were going to do our best to bake for them, and then they were going to come, and they were going to come to the kitchen, and they were going to judge it. And Gregg Wallace came in and launched into a soliloquy, essentially a story of a sort of sexually inappropriate nature about his, well, now former wife. And I was really shocked. I thought, what is this about? You know, I was angry because I thought, this is just not on. you know, we were essentially a captive audience. And it wasn't as if it was anyone engaged with this. It was completely one-way traffic. But I think people were uncomfortable. And something that I really didn't expect to happen. I felt uncomfortable. I felt angry rather than anything else. You know, the thing is that, you know, my livelihood didn't depend on my being on MasterChef, but the livelihood of a lot of people in that program did. And it's a very insecure industry. It looks like a glamorous industry. It's an insecure industry. So you would have runners, producers, camera crew, executives, all with rents and mortgages and so forth. And I wonder if they just felt they couldn't speak out.
Interesting. Sorry, 1 second. Admin. Walk, who is best known for hosting BBC Newsnight, told BBC News that on 2 occasions during early morning filming, Wallace told stories and jokes of a sexualised nature in front of contestants and crew. She said she feels strongly that the comments were really, really in the wrong place. The presenter described her overall experience on the show as joyous, adding that the team and crew were fantastic. But she said the fly in the ointment on occasion was Gregg Wallace. I think people were uncomfortable. We were essentially a captive audience. People looked embarrassed and just got on with their work. I was actually more angry than anything else because I thought it was so inappropriate. In a sense, I thought that it was about power more than anything else that he felt like he could. Walk says she raised it with an executive at the production company Shine. She says the gist of the reply was, it was almost as if it was some kind of affliction, adding, if this behaviour has become too egregious, he'd be pulled back. BBC News has asked Shine for comment. Do I accept gifted subs? Yes, I do. You should be able to do them. Other allegations we've heard include Wallace talking openly about his sex life, taking his top off in front of a female worker, saying he wanted to give her a fashion show, and telling a junior female colleague that he wasn't wearing any boxer shorts under his jeans. Are URLs allowed to be posted here? No, you're going to have to post them in the Discord. There is one public channel on the Discord that you can post into. Thank you for the gifted subs. Okay, sorry, I'll carry on. I'm just doing some Discord admin. Other allegations we've heard include Wallace talking openly about his sex life, taking his top off in front of a female worker, saying he wanted to give her a fashion show, and telling a junior female colleague wasn't wearing any boxer shorts under his jeans. BBC News has also heard from a former MasterChef worker who says he showed her topless pictures of himself and asked for massages, and a former worker on Channel 5's Gregg Wallace show, Big Weekends, who says he was fascinated by the fact she dated women and asked for the logistics of how it worked. Ooh. Another female worker on MasterChef in 2019 says Wallace talked about his sex life. A female worker on the BBC Good Food Show in 2010 says Wallace stared at her chest, and a male worker on MasterChef in 2005-6 says Wallace regularly said sexually explicit things on set. Wallace declined an interview request from BBC News. Thank you, Matthew. Writing on Instagram on Thursday, singer Sir Rod Stewart described Wallace as an ill-mannered bully and said the presenter humiliated his wife when she was on MasterChef in 2021. Oh, wow. So Gregg Wallace gets fired from MasterChef. Good riddance, Wallace. You humiliated my wife when she was on the show, but you had to cut that bit out, didn't you? You're a tubby, bald-headed, ill-mannered bully. Karma got ya. So, I'm sorry. Sir Rod Stewart dunking on Gregg Wallace from MasterChef was not on my 2024 bingo card. I'll tell you that. What the heck? BBC News has asked Wallace's representatives for comment on Sir Rod's post. We have also found that Wallace was warned by the BBC after a complaint was raised about him in 2018 about the show Impossible Celebrities. Two of the women who complained say Wallace talked openly about his sex life to staff on the show, making them feel uncomfortable. One said his sexual jokes were disgusting, adding that he would talk about how often he was having sex and how he was a good lover. Yeah, this is just like, no, you don't want to be on a set with someone talking about that, like how good they are in bed. Like, it's just, it's just like, it's just not cool. But like, thing is, it's just like, sometimes you get into those situations where like you end up with someone like that who doesn't realize how inappropriate they're being, and it's clear that they've gone throughout their entire career not being told by people how inappropriate they're being. They've just kind of like awkwardly laughed at them. And a lot of people would like take that awkward laughter and non-reciprocation as like, okay, like maybe I should reel it back in a bit. But there's certain types of people who just like don't pick up on those hints. And I feel like Gregg Wallace was one of those people who just like never picked up on hints ever. After they complained, Wallace apologized and they were offered counseling. A formal HR investigation took place, and in the outcome letter, which we have seen, the BBC concluded that many aspects of Wallace's behaviour were both unacceptable and unprofessional. He was meant to be a bricklayer. In a subsequent letter, which we have also seen, a BBC executive said she had held a 90-minute meeting with Wallace to make clear how seriously the BBC takes this matter. She also reassured the workers that action would be taken to prevent a similar reoccurrence and to safeguard others in the future. Ooh. Right, just going to pop over another beer. Wold Top, Wold Gold. Wold Gold. This is just from the local co-op. Priceless golden blonde beer. Sorry, more Discord admin. Right. Priceless golden blonde beer. Gold World. Whoa. Okay, this is lively. Nice. Nice. Okay. Right, where was I? But further incidents have since emerged. BBC News, which is editorially independent from the wider organisation, started investigating Wallace in the summer after becoming aware of allegations. The claims we have heard are across 5 shows from 2005 to 2022. Some workers have spoken of more positive experiences with Wallace. One former worker on Inside the Factory told us he made a lot of dad jokes, but it never went beyond that. I mean, dad jokes? Do you mean like bad puns or what? Or do you mean like Dad jokes. Daddy jokes. A former MasterChef worker said nothing during her time. A former MasterChef worker said nothing during her time there was concerning. Another said she didn't feel there was any malice to his comments, although she understood why some people may have felt uncomfortable. Immediate external review. Announcing its investigation on Thursday, Banijay UK said in a statement, this week the BBC received complaints from individuals in relation to historical allegations of misconduct while working with presenter Gregg Wallace on one of our shows. Wallace, 60, is committed to fully cooperating throughout the process, it added. While these complainants have not raised the allegations directly with our show producers or parent company, Banijay UK, we feel like it is inappropriate to conduct an immediate external review to fully and impartially investigate. While this review is underway, Gregg Wallace will be stepping away from his role on MasterChef and is committed to fully cooperating throughout the process. Banijay's UK duty of care to staff is always a priority, and our expectations regarding behaviour are made clear to both cast and crew on all productions, with multiple ways of raising concerns, including anonymously, clearly promoted on set. While these are historical allegations, incidences brought to our attention where these expectations are not met are thoroughly investigated and addressed appropriately. I nearly said addressed inappropriately. Banijay's statement concluded by encouraging anyone who wanted to raise any issues or concerns to come forward. Right, this is all just like bureaucratic shit, isn't it? We will always try and do the right thing. Blah, 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 blah. Come on, give me the juicy details, guys. No, we don't tolerate blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Give me the juicy details. Okay, right. Well, that's basically it, isn't it? All right. So, Gregg Wallace responded. This is where it gets kind of dumb. Okay, I think I have a video of it here. Do they, yeah. So he responded in basically the worst way possible from what I understand. I've not actually watched this yet, but I've seen this, essentially what he said.
Now, MasterChef star Gregg Wallace has responded to allegations of inappropriate behaviour against him in a post on social media.
Now, I've been doing MasterChef for 20 years. Amateur, celebrity and professional MasterChef. And I think in that time, I have worked with over 4,000 contestants of all different ages, all different backgrounds.
I love how they always start out with this shit just think about the thousands of people who have not come out and complained against me. That doesn't make it any better, Greg. If there's clearly a trend and that's clearly happened to more people, the fact that they couldn't come out and say anything makes it worse. Anyway, sorry, I'll carry on.
All walks of life. And apparently now, I'm reading in the paper, there's been 13 complaints in that time. Now, in the newspaper, I can see the complaints coming from...
Just thinking about the amount of women I didn't show my cock to.
A handful of middle-class women of a certain age just from Celebrity MasterChef. This isn't right.
Sorry, I was laughing.
Complaints coming from a handful of middle-class women of a certain age just from...
A certain age. I'm so riled up. I'm gonna have to have another locket.
Class women of a certain age, just from Celebrity MasterChef.
Oh, you mean Oh my God. You mean the women who were comfortable enough in their careers, A, and B, were old and wise enough to know that this is inappropriate, happen to be the only women who dared to come out and say something about it. Oh, I wonder why that could be.
This isn't right. In 20 years, over 20 years of television, can you imagine how many women, female contestants on MasterChef, have made sexual remarks or sexual innuendo? Can you imagine?
Well, Rachel Venables is here, and Gregg Wallace has posted this.
I don't know. Tell me, Greg.
Just in the last few minutes, really, hasn't he?
Yeah, certainly within the last hour. I think about 45 minutes or so ago, he posted that on his Instagram page, as well as it's on his stories, a number of screenshots of people who tweeted him in support of their experience on one of the many MasterChef shows that he presents. He has been pretty active, actually, on Instagram over the past few days, ever since those allegations first came out on Thursday, when it was announced that Wallace would step away from the BBC cooking show while these historical misconduct complaints would be externally reviewed. We now know that a law firm has been drafted in. At first, the claims were that he faced allegations, really, of inappropriate sexual comments from 13 people across a range of shows over this 17-year period. And his lawyers, really, from the start, have said it was entirely false that he engaged in a behaviour of a sexually harassing nature. But that video, I think, really quite a pointed rebuke of these claims. I think it's quite telling the way he started by talking about how long he'd been doing the job, 20 years, the thousands of people that he'd worked for. But that line, the idea that the claims had come from only a handful of middle-class women of a certain age, and talking about sexual innuendos that had been made by other women on the programme, indicates, of course, that he's continuing to push back against these allegations as more people have been coming forward to accuse him of inappropriate...
It's fine. Like, I've seen these kind of men all over the fucking manosphere, though. Like, as soon as they come across a woman who fucking knows herself and, like, knows who she is and what she likes and what's appropriate and what's inappropriate, they don't know what to fucking do. They're like...
appropriate behaviour, of things like jokes and comments. And also this morning we were, of course, reporting a letter that had been posted on Instagram claiming that the MasterChef host had made lewd comments.
It's why the manosphere guys, they always want to, like, date 16-year-olds. This is exactly why. Because older women and older, intelligent women don't take any fucking shit. That's why they don't fucking like them.
And asked for the personal phone numbers of female production staff at work. This is a story that was reported overnight, claiming that the BBC knew of those allegations back in 2022. And actually, we've seen this letter, which was sent to the BBC 2 years ago by producer and director Dawn Elric. And it says from her, "I've noticed a pattern of behaviour from one person whose name has been mentioned half a dozen times in connection with lewd comments being made to female production members, female production being made to feel uncomfortable about being asked for their personal numbers, being made to talk to the talent whilst the talent is topless, and general unease in his company." And it went on to say Gregg Wallace is the name attached to these experiences. Again, remember, his lawyers have said it's entirely false that he engages in behaviour of a sexually harassing nature. And a BBC spokesperson has said if issues are raised with them, they say we have robust processes in place to deal with them swiftly and appropriately. We will always listen if people want to make us aware of something directly, while the production company behind MasterChef, Manager UK, has said whilst these are historical allegations, incidences brought to our attention where these expectations are not met are thoroughly investigated and addressed appropriately. But very telling that Gregg Wallace has chosen to post that video on his Instagram stories this morning.
Indeed. Rachel, thanks very much indeed.
Clearly it's time for a right-wing grifter arc for Gregg Wallace, isn't it? Within a week, he's going to be on Instagram in his tighty whities in a river somewhere, getting baptised, saying he's been reborn. He'll have his own show on GB News in no time. Nigel Farage will take him on. Take him under his wing. The pipeline has begun. The pipeline has begun for Gregg Wallace. There's no way he'd be able to pull it off. He's a charisma black hole. I've never watched MasterChef. The most that I have ever been exposed to MasterChef has been via the buttery biscuit base. I'd probably get nuked if I... Oh man. Yeah, this is a very Lockett induced beer right now. It's an interesting palette. What do you call it? Oh, do you remember that one? Trump v Talking Heads. Oh man.
And you may find yourself in another part of the world.
Anyway, I won't. Right. Yeah, what people had to do before deepfakes. They had to trawl through hundreds of clips of people, of politicians saying things. Now, with AI, all you have to do is fucking train their voice, let the computer do the whole thing. AI is putting Cassette Boy out of business. I wonder what Cassette Boy thinks of the AI revolution. All right. What are we doing next? Assisted dying. And ironically, I'm going to sound like I'm dying throughout the whole thing. Let's go.
Now, here in the UK, MPs at Westminster are facing a momentous decision today as they prepare to vote on a bill which would allow assisted dying in England and Wales. If passed, it would allow terminally ill adults to end their lives if 2 doctors and a High Court judge approve. Today's debate comes after weeks of intense discussion with strong opinions on both sides. Our political correspondent Harry Farley has the details about what is being proposed.
End of choice. End of
Nearly a decade on from MP's last vote on assisted dying, today will be historic, whatever the result. The proposed changes are being made by this Labour politician. Kim Leadbeater came top in a lottery of MPs who get to suggest a new law that Parliament then debates. If it passes, this law would apply to adults with a terminal illness judged to have less than 6 months to live. They must have expressed a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life, free from coercion or pressure. 2 doctors must sign that all those safeguards have been met, and a judge must give final approval. A doctor can prepare the substance to end the life, but the person must self-administer it. As the arguments have taken shape, prominent figures have taken sides.
Yeah, trigger warning, by the way.
Former Prime Minister Gordon Brown said it would alter society's attitude
Brooklyn.
towards the elderly and disabled. David Cameron has changed his mind and supports the
Obviously, but you know.
bill. He argued it would achieve a meaningful reduction in human suffering.
What I cannot accept is the status quo, and I've heard many stories in the last few months of people coming up to me with painful deaths, horrible deaths, people who have taken days, hours to die, and loved ones who have got the trauma, not only of their loss, but of that horrible death. And that is something that has to change.
My father was technically expected to die. He was in intensive care for over 3 months. He miraculously made it through because the doctors did everything they could to save him, and he lived for another 20 years. So, that was an incredible blessing. He saw his grandchildren grow up. In my experience of life and some of the other constituents who've written to me, we can't predict with certainty when that moment is going to come. And so I think we should be asking our medical profession and our doctors to focus on finding the cures, focus on keeping people alive, and not on allowing their patients to kill themselves.
MPs will begin debating just after 9:30 this morning. Both sides acknowledge this is a major social change, and we can expect passionate arguments both for and against this law. The vote is expected around 2:30 this afternoon. But today is just the first stage. If it passes, the bill will go through further scrutiny and many more hurdles in Parliament before it could become law. Harry Farley, BBC News in Westminster.
Let's speak to our political correspondent Rob Watson. And Rob, give us a flavour of the debate that we've heard so far this morning.
So basically my take on it is, I'm overall for it. If I was in a position where I was basically fully aware that I was going to have to... Okay, let's talk in the context of what this bill specifically proposes, which is you've been given less than 6 months to live, and the last 6 months of your life are going to be hell. Just like horrible, like someone's going to have to, help you take a shit and wipe your ass for you the entire time, and you're going to be throwing up and you're going to not know what the hell is going on for the last 6 months of your life. I would choose to die in that situation. And I think that should absolutely be a right. But I see it as with the whole 6 months thing. I kind of see it as just a first step. Because that's basically it's actually a small subset of people who would probably actually choose to die in the grand scheme of things. There are a lot of people who have longer than 6 months, much longer than 6 months to live, that also wish to die for various reasons. And I think that they should also have access to that as well. So I only see this as a first step, and I think it should eventually go further. But it's a good first step. And I think we should take that first step and learn lessons from how it goes so that we can then eventually possibly go further and then start granting that wish to other people who don't just have 6 months left to live, maybe have years left to live, but those years are going to be awful. We should also extend the right to those people as well. It's already, if you're wealthy, you just fly to Switzerland. That's also true. You can do the Dignitas thing already if you're rich. But yeah, it's only if you can afford it. So yeah, good first step. I have reservations about it. I want it to go ahead, but my reservations are generally what the politicians' reservations are who are arguing against this bill in particular, which is clearly the NHS is underfunded in this country, and palliative care needs to be better. That's obvious, but it's obvious for like literally everything in the NHS. It's obvious that all of it needs to be better funded, not just palliative care. But I think the problem lies where you have basically people who are wishing to die because palliative care is not good. That's where the issue lies. And those subset of people who are literally just wishing to die because palliative care is so bad, that's where the problem lies, because then essentially austerity is killing people, literally killing people. Rather than just treating them very badly, it's literally killing people. So I think, if we pass this bill, it's going to have to be along with some like serious legislation around ensuring people can possibly get the best care that they can towards the end of their lives, because I don't think austerity should end in people wanting to end their lives early. And austerity does already kill people. It does already kill people, but I don't think that, I don't think this going forward should end up in austerity killing more people. I just believe that people should only die if they actually really feel like they need to die for their own wishes, rather than because they feel like they're receiving subpar care. So I think there's a lot of things to consider along with it. I think it would need to be legislated very, very carefully. Also to ensure that people aren't being coerced into it. Because that's another thing. I mean, they obviously are considering that as well, but I think they need to be very, very careful about that, because people, whatever law that you put into place, people over like, literally just a few years will learn how to manipulate that law. They always do. People always manipulate laws. So you're going to have to make sure that it's like put into place in such a certain, like, very, very careful way, so that like literally no one is ever going to be able to exploit it in any way to, for instance, get money out of someone's will or something like that. And it's gonna be so difficult to do that, but it needs to be done really, really carefully, because people will manipulate other people into dying because they want money from their will. That just will happen, and that's going to be so hard to legislate against, but it needs to happen. But overall, I am for it, because it is fucking awful having to live out your life, if you don't want to, in like literally the worst pain ever. It's like it's undignified, like we don't do it to our pets. Like, we allow our pets to die if they're gonna not live a full life. Like, why not do it with ourselves? I'm overall for it. But yeah, it's just like, you've got to remember that humans will literally manipulate anything for their own means. And with a bill like this, where people are like choosing to die, that will be manipulated, and you've got to be really like careful that it won't be manipulated. It won't only be manipulated by like family members wanting to like get wills, but it could also be manipulated by politicians, because essentially we've had austerity for a very long time, to the point that healthcare for old people, for instance, with dementia, is like underfunded. And you've got to consider that, like, if people with dementia, you know, were given the opportunity to just die, like, you've got to consider that, like, dementia, like, old people with dementia are literally like the most tax money sucking demographic of, like, anybody. Like, we spend so much tax money on keeping old people alive, and that's fine, like, especially with people with dementia, and that's obviously fine. But you've got to consider that, like, allowing people to, like, choose to end their own lives will essentially change the way that end of life care is legislated as well, because, like, politicians will start taking into account the fact that they can choose to die when they decide, like, how much money to, for example, pump into, like, dementia care or whatever. Like the most, like, evil politician would be like, oh, well, why pump more money into dementia care when, like, literally they can just choose to die, so it doesn't matter. Like, the most evil politician would just come out and say that. So you got to be really careful about that kind of shit, because basically you just don't want people to end up wishing to die when they wouldn't have otherwise wished to die. That's my general take. But also on the end of, like, making palliative care better, that's also, like, a very open-ended question, because you can pump more money into palliative care, and I would back that. But also, like, the amount of money that you can pump into palliative care is, like, infinite. Like, it's unending. So, like, no matter how much money you ever pump into it, somebody's going to be saying we're not pumping enough into it, so therefore we shouldn't be passing legislations allowing people to choose to die. So, I mean, that's another thing you've got to weigh up. So yeah.
Very passionate, very emotional, immensely serious, as you would expect, Lauren. This is, after all, a matter of life and death. It's been the House of Commons, and you might say, I guess, political debate at its very best. And essentially, we've heard that the main arguments for and against, the main argument for coming, of course, from Kim Ledbetter, the MP that you heard from there, who's proposed this, essentially giving a number of truly...
That's another thing, yeah, like, religious views also come into this quite heavily. And a lot of our politicians do hold religious views. Sorry. And because of that, they'll be arguing against it. But I think if they are arguing against it because of their religious views, that's fine. I just think that they should make it clear that those views are religious.
Heartbreaking, really, really grim examples of people having truly horrible deaths from cancer, saying, why shouldn't they have autonomy and choice in death, and that there would be all sorts of safeguards, she said, to make sure that people who are elderly, disabled, or had chronic illnesses, they wouldn't be included. And then the counter-argument from several MPs saying, look, this is crossing a red line. It may start with a very restricted form of legislation, just people who have a 6-month terminal illness, but how do you know that it wouldn't expand? How do you know that society wouldn't feel encouraged to do this if they felt that the state had essentially legalized suicide? And the second argument, of course, from opponents, and again made with some passion by several speakers, that how could you know that people weren't being coerced? How would you know if this bill was passed that people wouldn't think to themselves, you know, I'm a burden on my family, my care is costing, it's costing the country, that there would be coercion on an individual level that no doctor, that no judge could actually see. So that's been the argument, very passionate, immensely serious.
And it is a free vote. Do we have any clues as to which way it's breaking in terms of the numbers voting on either side?
So that's something they've done that they've done pretty well with this vote, is they essentially, like, they've not whipped any of the politicians on either side to vote anyway. They've like literally voted with their feelings. Whether politicians have feelings is another question, but
certainly not based on who's spoken so far, Lauren. It's been pretty even, with about the same number of MPs for and against. And it is so hard to predict, because very unusually, as we noted, for debates in the British Parliament, this is not being directed by party, by the government. MPs are allowed to vote on the basis of conscience. Now, it's certainly the case that when Parliament debated this 9 years ago, that there was something like 3 times as many MPs against assisted dying as for it. We now sort of sense that that has changed, and that the vote will probably be close. Will probably be much, much closer than 9 years ago.
And although there was this idea of it being a free vote, some high-profile politicians have been weighing in, haven't they?
Yes, they have. So while it's absolutely the case that the government has said we are neutral, we're not getting involved in this, we've had former prime ministers for and against, more against than for. We've had senior politicians, including those inside the government, saying yes, the government is neutral, but we do have reservations. And rather importantly and interestingly, 2 of those senior government politicians who've been against assisted dying is the health secretary, the person responsible for health in this country, and the Justice Ministry. Now, those things matter because, of course, if this bill passes and it becomes law, health and the courts will become involved.
Rob Watson, thank you very much indeed.
How do we know when it's a passing versus permanent decision? As someone with chronic medical issues, it can be difficult because some days I'd rather be dead, but some I'm glad to be alive. Oh, sorry. How do we know when it's a passing versus permanent decision? I mean, with this bill, basically the patient has they consult with like 2 separate doctors, and the 2 separate doctors have to agree that the person should end their life. But the thing is, it's like the way that they get around this sort of like passing feeling thing is because I believe they do it once, and then 14 days later, I believe like 2 weeks later, they talk to the patient again, and they're like, are you still definitely like feeling like you want to do this? So that's what they're suggesting. Whether that's like the absolute correct way to do it, I'm not sure, but yeah.
Earlier I spoke to Jacqueline Hermans. She's the president of Association pour le droit de mourir dans la dignité. In English, that's the Association for the Right to Die with Dignity. It's a pro-assisted dying group in Belgium, where assisted dying has been decriminalised since 2002. Jacqueline described how Belgium's law is perceived in Europe and elsewhere.
In Belgium, there is a very broad support for the law on euthanasia. I don't say that there are no more opponents and there are no more controversy. Yes, we debate about this, and we debate sometimes about specific cases like a patient with psychiatric disorders. Abroad, it depends. Sometimes there are people who invite really our law, who really want to follow, I should say, not our model, but our way to tackle this issue. And sometimes, Belgium is like a scarecrow, it's horrific in Belgium and so on. And for example, there's some caricature I remember that Minister of Health in France declared that you have only to ask for euthanasia 3 times and it's okay. It's not the truth.
Now, in the UK, a lot of discussion has, people who are opponents have often said there's the slippery slope idea that if you bring it in with certain safeguards, then later on things get changed. And they often cite the example of Belgium, where I understand now that it also applies to children. Can you explain to us how people got around how that's perceived there, the idea that children might also be allowed to have assisted dying?
You know, we had a large debate on this issue, and with specialists, with pediatric specialists. And, it was, really a matter of children who are with no hope to become adult. And I must say that the conditions for children to get euthanasia are more severe, are more strict than for adults. And until now, it was changed in 2014. We have received 6 declarations about euthanasia of children. So it's very rare. But, the possibility for a child, but it's not a child of 2 years old, it has to get the capacity of discernment. It was, I should say, a step forward, but and I'm very lucky. We are very lucky about this. It's very rare because, it's not a question of euthanasia. It's a question of people, of children who are with a severe condition, who are not getting adult, and who are suffering a lot.
Jacqueline Ehrman was talking to me earlier.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, just picking out Brooklyn's eye bogies. Just doing a bit of cat admin. Yeah, Jeremy Corbyn had a take. I think he ended up voting against it, didn't he? Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, Jeremy Corbyn. Vote on. Yeah, he voted against it. Yeah, we'll have a look at his take, his hot take. But also, I do need to pee, so we'll do that first. Yeah. All right. BRB. I'm sorry, Brooklyn. Ah.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
I only have one locket left. Oh no.
I'm making piss.
Oh no.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk.
All right. Oh, Jeremy Corbyn on Blue Sky. I've got Brooklyn's eye crap on my desk now. Why did I just wipe it on my desk like that? Disgusting. You need the piss song officially released. I could put it on Spotify actually. I could actually release it on all streaming platforms. If you weirdos really want it on streaming platforms, I could probably do that quite easily. Yeah, I could also put it on Patreon. I could also do that. Diane Abbott was good on this. She's normally extremely cringe. She had a similar take to Jeremy Corbyn, right? Let's see if she... Hang on a second. Diane Abbott raises fears GPs will find it cheaper to promote assisted dying. MPs says what terminally ill people really need is access to hospice care and preventive life care. You know what I should probably do? Is I should probably skeet that I'm live, you know? I should probably skeet this shit. Apparently you get more engagement on skeets than you do on tweets or on threads these days. If you're like linking people away from the website, Blue Sky apparently gives you more engagement. I should probably update the about. Oh, you mean on Twitch? Yeah, shit. I have done that on I have done that on YouTube. I've updated the link. I've replaced my Twitter link with my Blue Sky link now. But yeah, I should absolutely do that on Twitter, on Twitch as well. Just going to take a screenshot. Wait, what did that look like? Yeah, if I do the pout, I mean, who could resist tuning in with that pout? You know? Let's do a skeet. Let's do a skeet. Let's do a little shall we do our own little experiment? If we skeet. how much engagement we get versus tweeting. Twitch.tv/mooncatmusic. If I link to anywhere, I'm going to link to Twitch. I'm not going to link to YouTube for various reasons. If you're watching on YouTube, I would prefer you watch on Twitch. I know it's not easy to get people to skip onto other platforms, but for various reasons, I might not stream on YouTube anymore and only stream on Twitch because of various very annoying reasons about streaming on YouTube, which I won't get into now because they're boring. But DMCAs, yes. The mod tools. Yeah, it's just generally annoying on YouTube, unfortunately. Twitch appears to be supreme for the purposes of streaming anyway. I'm sorry, says YouTube watcher. Yeah, boo! Boo! But no, to be honest, I might have to stop streaming on YouTube because it's annoying me too much. So yeah, if you don't see me on YouTube for a while, which I wasn't for a few weeks actually, because of that reason, but if you don't see me on YouTube for a while, I will likely be on Twitch still, just not on YouTube for that reason. So yeah, if you still want your moon fix, come to Twitch. All right. I'm going to skeet that I'm live and see what happens. And why don't I also exit and thread it and see, let's do a little you know, scientific experiment. It's quite funny going on Twitter these days, like literally my follow account only goes down on Twitter these days because like I don't really use it that much, A, and B, it's like people are clearly, like lefty people are clearly leaving Twitter as a whole. So like so many people I know have just like completely deleted their accounts. So yeah, let's thread it. Oh, you know what? I'm probably not even logged in on desktop. Or am I? Oh my god, I am. All right then, I'll put it on Threads as well. let's fucking thread this shit. Yep, let's thread it as well. So like Threads, I think Threads is like, I mean, I can show you my feed, can't I? It's just like Threads for me is just like full of cats. It's what my Instagram algorithm is. But the thing is, like, I go on Instagram, an image-based website for for cats because I want to see your cats. I don't want to read about your cats. I want to see them. So I don't go to a text-based website for cats. Yet Threads is like taking inspiration, obviously, from my Instagram algorithm and just showing me more cats. But I don't want to read about cats. I want to see cats. I don't want to read about cats. I want to see your cat reels. I want to see your cat pictures. I do not want to see your threads about cats. I'm not reading about cats. And that's why this doesn't work. So it's either that or it's like engagement bait. Like complete. Look at the amount of fucking cats on here because I follow cats on Instagram. It's either cats or it's engagement bait for me. You should have a post your cat segment. Yeah. Anyway. Engagement bait. Engagement bait. Andrew Tate has finally come out as gay. I'm so happy for him. Engagement bait. Cats. More cats. Anyway, I'll stop ranting. Leave Twitter. Honestly, I would leave Twitter if I could, but I can't because it's just too, like, sometimes you can't see certain things if you don't have an account on Twitter, and it's too useful for research purposes for me. Sometimes I like really need to see a tweet for some reason. So like I have to be logged in to be able to see the tweet for whatever reason, and yeah. So I can't really delete my account, but I don't really use it like I used to. But yeah, I'm on Blue Sky. Follow me, mooncatmusic.bluesky.social, I think. Is that the... Yeah. mooncatmusic.bluesky.social. I think if you just like literally type that, they've set it up so that if you like literally just put that into your browser, then it goes straight to my account, which is fun. Love that. You tried to join Blue Sky, but you need an invitation. I didn't need an invitation. I didn't even use an invitation to get on Blue Sky. It does look exactly like Twitter, yeah. But honestly, like, my feed on Blue Sky is so much better. It's 10 times better than anything else. I'm actually, if you follow someone, you'll probably see their posts. I think that's the thing about social media these days. It's like I think there's a need for people to have at least one platform of social media where they feel like they've got control over what they see. And I think Blue Sky is like the closest thing to that right now. Like, if you subscribe to something, that's what you see, and you don't see a load of other crap. And Twitter, or like X, whatever, is the opposite of that. Like, I barely see anything good on Twitter these days. It's very much a load of shit. If you watch a video on Twitter, it just, as soon as you finish watching the video, some other video will play that's completely unrelated to whatever you were watching, and just like, it's just like oh, you're watching a video now. Well, then clearly you're a Gen Z TikTok person, then, aren't you? And you just want to scroll forever. No, that is no. I don't want to do that actually. And that's yeah, that's why Twitter's fucking shit now. And yeah, there's also a lot more hate. Obviously, there's a lot more hate on Twitter now than there was before. Like when the one time that I logged in and decided to look at something on Twitter recently was when in New Zealand in Parliament, in the New Zealand Parliament, when they did the haka as a form of protest against a bill that they were trying to pass, I believe, which would have given Maori people, shit rights, which they do have anyway. But like they were protesting against like the bill, I believe, in some form or another. It was a very important thing that they were like protesting against, and they did a haka in Parliament to protest against it, and it was pretty awesome. Loved it. But I unfortunately I decided to log into Twitter while that was happening, and somebody had posted a video of the haka in the New Zealand Parliament, and they'd already completely changed the narrative of why they were doing the haka, and they'd completely like remolded it into like something stupid. They were like, oh, what is this woke crap that's going on in the New Zealand in the New Zealand Parliament? Why are they being woke in the New Zealand Parliament? What are they doing? And then like it completely had the narrative of why they were protesting. The facts behind why they were protesting had completely changed, and they'd changed it. They literally believed that the reason that they were performing the haka in Parliament was because they were pissed off about a road sign, like a road sign. They were like, they're performing a haka. These woke Maori politicians are performing a haka in New Zealand Parliament because they're trying to instate a road sign that they don't agree with. It's not true in the slightest, but like everyone on X.com was saying that, and they're like, no one was correcting them. They were like, yeah, they're all pissed off about a road sign, so they're doing this woke shit. Well, yeah, haka is woke now, apparently. Yep. So yeah, not a good place to be these days, unless you want to be in the worst possible echo chamber that you could ever be in. But it's like everybody on Twitter is accusing everyone on Blue Sky of being in an echo chamber. They're like, oh, you wokes, you can't deal with someone who has a different opinion from yourself. I'm like, yeah, I'd rather be in a place that doesn't make me feel like shit every day, to be honest. So, yeah, it's quite good. Why don't we all communicate in a place where we can sort of like organize and like, you know, build up momentum without, you know, having absolute shitheads shout at us every day? That's actually quite good. I mean, a lot of the reason, like, so many people leave social media as a whole because it's just become such a toxic place to be. And Twitter is like literally the helm of toxicity on social media. And like, yeah, Blue Sky, yeah, is essentially an echo chamber right now. It is, but like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, because I don't completely agree with like just staying in your echo chamber. But I think that sometimes it's beneficial to do that, to like not to like have a space where you don't have to interact with like shitheads. It's nice to have spaces where you don't have to do that sometimes. But on the other hand, I think that discourse is necessary. It's necessary. It's early days on Blue Sky. Yeah, it is. It is. But yeah, I think the discourse on Twitter, it absolutely got to a point where it was never benefiting anybody. And yeah, I don't know. I just feel like we need to find a way to have discourse on the internet, because we're kind of stuck with it now. We need to find a way to discourse with each other without all of this shit-headedness. Because like even a lot of like left-wing people recently have just been like really disappointed with on social media, like especially the ones who have clearly sort of got a little bit addicted to getting a lot of likes on like Twitter, because like they've sort of refined how to have like a political take which sounds good in like less than 280 characters, and that's not always the best way to give a political take. It's not, because politics is extremely nuanced, and you can manipulate people very easily with data. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, you can manipulate people very easily with a graph that you've perhaps made from manipulated data. And I think talking about politics in that way is not really beneficial, doesn't bring society forward in any meaningful way. It just sort of like polarizes people more and more. Abstract ideas can't usually be expressed in so few words. Racism and ignorance can, however. Exactly. I mean, I think that's why right-wing people... I think that's one of the reasons why right-wing people have really sort of dominated social media. It's A, because of funding from billionaires for obvious reasons, but B, I think it's because it's so much easier to give a right-wing talking point in so few words, because what you're doing with a right-wing talking point is you're pandering to what people already know in society, because you're essentially pushing for things to go backwards, and a lot of the time that aligns with what people already know, or what they thought they knew society used to be like, or they're sort of calling for a nostalgic callback to how life used to be a couple of decades ago. And there's this logical fallacy of like, oh, things used to be so good when I, like, a couple of decades ago, but what you're really calling back to when that person was a child. So like, or like a young teenager. So therefore, like, they didn't have anything to worry about because they were a fucking child or a teenager. So obviously things seemed better for you when you had literally zero responsibilities. And then when you got to adulthood, you realized that life is shit and now you have responsibilities. But that's not because of the world changing. That's because you're now an adult. Sorry to break it to you. You're an adult with responsibilities now. It's not the government's fault that you grew up, bro. Yeah. The world was so good when my back didn't hurt. True, true, bro. True. So, yeah. So sad how much of conservatism rests on this fallacy. Yeah. It's true, and that's the thing. That's what I was saying about why Trump won, is because he talks to these disengaged voters who don't really spend 24/7 thinking about nuanced, socio-political issues. And I get it, bro. Thinking about socio-political issues 24/7 is shit. I know. But that's kind of like, it's a science. It's a fucking science, though. Like, I was talking to Alice Capel about this. Alice Capel, French YouTuber. I was talking to her in DMs. I had quite a funny I made quite a funny joke, right? because she was talking about like this certain YouTuber who like purports to be like reporting on political issues from both sides, but like this guy's entire YouTube channel is like him walking up to people on the street and saying, do you think feminism is bad for women? And like, that kind of content, like literally going up to people, getting like vox pops and like asking them a very oversimplified question about a social science. And like, so basically this guy that runs this YouTube channel, I won't name him, he's been emailing round like supposedly like feminist left-wing YouTubers and asking them to appear on his channel. And like, I swear, this same guy who like contacted her has been contacting me relentlessly, constantly. Like, come on my YouTube channel. I have this many subscribers. I have this many views. Please come on my channel so that we can debate feminism. And I've literally been putting all of his emails into trash. I don't care. But Alice, she took the time to email him back like an essay explaining why she didn't want to appear on his YouTube channel. And it was like essentially like, you can't debate a social science in the street with random people that you've just met. It's too nuanced. It's too complex for you to just walk up to people in the street and be like, do you think feminism is hurting women? Like, it's a science. You can't talk about a science like that. And so, yeah, I was like, basically coming back to my joke, it came to like an idea for like a reel that I had where basically you take the piss out of those guys. Because it's like you're debating like an extremely complex social science in the street with someone that you've never met before. So it's like, it's essentially the same as like going up to some guy in the street and going, so string theory, do you think string theory is woke? and the other person is like, no, I think we should go back to fucking, yeah, you know what I mean, whatever. So I was like, I had this idea for a reel where it was like, what if we debated physics in the same way that we debated social sciences in the street? And I think there's an idea in there that I should expand. But yeah. Alice is awesome. Her book is great. Yeah, I've read her book. Yes. Yes, she is good. She's great. Get Angela Collier in here, stat. Yeah, I've been meaning to watch her video about the dude. I'm not very clued up on physics as a whole, but I've heard a lot about her video, but I've not watched it. I think it's almost like 3 hours long, isn't it? Angela Collier. Yeah.
You know, Richard.
This one. 2 hours 48. Saying that, I've literally, my last video was even longer than that. I should not. It looks very interesting though. It is on my watch later, and I will watch it. Probably the next time that I have a fucking migraine. I'll probably watch this in bed. Anyway, Diane Abbott raises fears GPs will find it cheaper to promote assisted dying. MPs say what terminally ill people really need is access to hospice care and proper end-of-life care. I mean, okay, I mean, like, maybe that's not like... Maybe that headline is a little bit misleading because it's kind of patronizing to be like, no, what you really need is this. That's a bit patronizing. But maybe she didn't actually say it like that. We've got Hambleton Brewery Session Pale, light and refreshing pale ale. Diane Abbott has warned it could soon be cheaper for GPs. Oh, pardon me. She makes fun of so-called pop physicists. They call themselves physicists but have no experience in the field and trick people in that Einstein was bad. I fucking love a little bit of pseudoscience though. That's why I want to watch it. Because I love pseudoscience. That's why I love watching Bobby Broccoli videos. Like, sham scientists, I'm all over that shit. Fraud in academia, hell yeah! Give me that shit! Anyway, sorry. Diane Abbott has warned it could be soon cheaper for GPs to encourage seriously unwell patients to sign on the dotted line for assisted suicide than to find them a place in the hospice. So, yeah, this sounds like along the lines of what I was basically saying would be the issue with this bill. Hell yeah. Ooh, hell yeah. The senior Labour MP voted against changing the law because she fears vulnerable people will get swept up in the assisted dying route when actually what they really need is access to hospice care and proper end-of-life care. The Commons backed a bill proposed by the Labour MP Kim Leadbeater by 330 votes to 275 against on Friday, and a significant move towards giving eligible people greater choice over the way they die. Leadbeater has given repeated assurances that the bill will be measured and appropriate safeguards will be put in place to ensure that nobody is pressed into assisted dying. The Health Secretary was treating Brooklyn, can you hear him meowing? Faced calls during the parliamentary debate to put firm commitments into palliative care on the table, whether or not the bill becomes law. Already some MPs who backed the bill on Friday have signalled they could consider changing their mind further along the process because of their concerns around safeguarding. Raising questions once again over the state of palliative care in England and Wales, Abbott told the BBC's Sunday with Laura Kuenssberg programme, "We're moving to a situation where it will be cheaper for a GP to get a very ill person to sign the dotted line for assisted suicide than to find them a place in a hospice." Yeah. Meanwhile, Pat McFadden, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, indicated on Sunday that people may have to pay to fund an assisted dying system. When asked if it would be entirely state-funded, he told Times Radio, again, all of that will be considered during the committee stage. The government will have to look at the bill much more seriously now that it's been passed by Parliament. This was a private member's bill, remember, not a government bill, but it's for the government to enact the will of Parliament. If this bill goes through, all of those are the stages that I said. When pressed 2 more times if there was a possibility at all, the cabinet minister said, "Look, I think all that still has to be considered. As you know, people currently have to pay for themselves if they go to Switzerland. So of all those questions of costs, safeguards, all the issues that have been raised have to be considered during the committee stage, the clause-by-clause examination of the bill. And that's the right way to do it because it's a huge change, and you could see that on the faces of the MPs who are voting for it or against it on Friday. There were 3 Conservative MPs and 18 Labour MPs for whom no vote was recorded on Friday. Just Fenton Glynn, a Labour MP for Calder Valley, said he had abstained because, as it stands, I don't think the safeguards are strong enough. Yeah, I mean, that could be, pretty legitimate. I mean, I've not read the ins and outs of the bill and the law as it's proposed. So maybe I'd do the same thing. I'm not sure. Jeremy Corbyn definitely voted against it. These are the reasons. Thank you to all those who have written to me about the terminally ill adults end of life bill. I wanted to take the time to explain why I will be voting against the legislation. I understand why many people feel so passionately about their right to die when suffering from a terminal illness. Under the existing system, people endure real, lasting and unbearable pain. That includes those who are seriously or terminally ill, as well as those around them. Nobody should face dignity in death. Any legislation of this kind must robustly safeguard against abuse and guarantee that those who are seriously ill would not feel coerced or pressured to prematurely end their life. I am not satisfied that this legislation provides these safeguards, and that is why I cannot support it. Choice at the end of life can only be meaningful in a system where everybody has access to the best palliative care possible, but chronic underfunding has left many of those suffering from terminal illness without the support they need. Without addressing these deficiencies, this legislation puts the poorest and the elderly and disabled people at risk of serious neglect and discrimination. We urgently need to address the appalling state of palliative care by reversing years of austerity and privatisation. This should be part of a broader imperative to build a national care service freely available to all who need it, whenever they need it, wherever they need it. This would be a care system that treats those with serious illnesses and disabilities not as burdens, but as people whose lives have equal worth. As history shows us, legislation on complex matters can have serious societal repercussions. I do not believe today's procedures allow for the kind of debate and scrutiny that is required for legislation of this importance. I would welcome an independent review on the existing law and a public consultation on proposals for a change. I remain open to people's views on this important issue, knowing how much work there is to be done to guarantee care and dignity for all. So, yeah, I mean, he was against it. To be fair, I've not read the entire bill and what's proposed in law, so, like, maybe I would agree with him if I had, but yeah, I agree with him that we need to be really careful when it comes to how much people are going to be saying that they wish to die because they know that the NHS won't be able to meet their needs during the last few years of their life. That's a really important consideration to make. Brooklyn.
Well, it's
I wanted to see a few of the some highlights from the debate as well.
Well, it's been a debate that's been compelling, measured, respectful, and frankly, at times, pretty heartbreaking. Let's have a listen to how some of that debate played out this morning.
My daughter Maria lived her life with severe disabilities and health conditions, and since her birth, we were told many times that she might have only 6 months to live. She lived for 27 years. Crucially, Maria was non-verbal. And I am filled with dread and fear for those other people like Maria who are non-verbal and don't have that capacity, and what might happen to others like Maria.
I have completely changed my mind on this subject since I entered the House during the last century. And the reason for that is that I've sat in my advice surgery and I have had tears pouring down my face listening to constituents who have set out so clearly, speaking with such emotion about how their mother, brother, father or child has died in great pain and great indignity.
Is a judge supposed to second-guess doctors? Will the judge make a decision on the basis of paperwork? Or will there be a hearing in open court? And where will be the capacity in the criminal justice system to deal with all this? So far from being a genuine safeguard, the involvement of a judge could just be a rubber stamp.
People with terminal illness will still take their lives. If the bill falls today, we are consigning those people to take their lives in brutal, violent ways, as they are doing at the moment, or for increasing numbers of our fellow citizens to make the trip to Switzerland if they can afford it.
Many of our members of this House will remember when my daughter was very ill a few years ago. And I had not intended to speak about this today, but she was admitted to hospital with acute pancreatitis as a teenager. So this bill would not have covered her at that point. But I did not know for for 5 days, in fact many months, whether she would live or die. And those first 5 days she did not sleep and she did not eat and she was crying out in pain. But I saw what good medicine can do that palliated that pain.
Tracy lives every day knowing her cancer is likely to return. And this is what she wants us to hear. Despite this prognosis, I can honestly say I'm a happy person now. I feel lucky to have made it to 60. There is just one black cloud on the horizon for me, and that is the way I will die. I am terrified that I will suffer a long, painful death. If I knew I had the choice to have a good death, these worries would disappear. Please change the law.
Yeah, sounds like it was a very emotional debate in Parliament. Very non-partisan. There was people for and against on the Tories, people for and against in Labour. I guess most of the people against in Labour were mostly probably against because of austerity and palliative care arguments. But yeah, overall, I'm glad that they voted for it. I just think that they should be very careful when it comes to actually legislating it and making sure that people aren't choosing to die because of the poor care that they're likely to receive. And also people not choosing to die because they've been manipulated into doing so by family members or people written into their will. Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider, but I think we should still do it. I mean, we write difficult laws all the time, and this is just one of those difficult laws that I think should be written because it's essentially, you know, forcing someone to live in a lot of pain is essentially torture. And I don't think that that should be a thing. So, yeah. What a downer of a subject, lol. Well, yeah, we're going to move on now. But it's an interesting conversation, I think, either way. For a long time, for instance, the Netherlands have been having, well, they've had this in law the right to die for a long time, and they have had some issues with it. With like, I read about this a long time ago, but since writing it into law, they have had issues where doctors have been told that they've made the wrong decision with allowing someone to die. And I think you know, a lot of the UK politicians are probably looking at the Netherlands and other countries like that. I think, oh, who else has it? New Zealand and Australia, I believe they have the right to die. I think the Netherlands even extends to the point where if you have mental issues that you believe and doctors believe can't be resolved, then that can essentially come to giving you the right to die, like severe depression, I believe, even in the Netherlands, is considered. And that's where it gets really messy, is when it comes to mental illnesses. That's when it becomes like really like grey area-y, because you have to have people agree that your mental state is so bad that you should be allowed to not continue your life. That's really complex and awful, and such a difficult consideration to make. And yeah, like doctors in the Netherlands have like literally had lawsuits brought out against them. This is from memory. I learned about this literally years ago. This is hazy in my brain right now, but I believe doctors in the Netherlands have like literally had lawsuits taken out against them because they've agreed that someone should be allowed to die, and like their family members have disagreed with them. So I think that's what we're trying to avoid. But it's, you know, probably going to be inevitable that situations like that are going to happen. So, yeah, anyway, we can move on. It's midnight. Bloody hell, mate! We have updates to the Letby inquiry. We'll have a quick look at this. Basically, the Letby inquiry. So basically, if you don't know the story behind this, there is an inquiry into how managers at the NHS allowed a baby serial killer to operate for so long. They're basically trying to work out why she was allowed to operate for so long before the police got involved. And it's kind of wild to look at as a person who's questioning whether she's even guilty or not at all. So basically the inquiry is questioning the NHS consultants right now. Because basically they're questioning the NHS consultants and the NHS executives. So basically there were 4 like consultant doctors who worked above Lucy Letby, who was a nurse. And these 4 consultant doctors were like, Lucy Letby is murdering babies in this hospital. And they just would not let it go. And the executives above the consultants, who like this guy is one of them. The executives above the consultants were basically saying, there is no evidence. You do not have any evidence that this woman was murdering any babies in your hospital. So him and a load of other hospital executives did not believe the consultants for the longest time, and therefore they were refusing to allow the police to get involved. The police only got involved once they'd found a way, the consultants found a way to directly get the police involved by bypassing the consultants, by bypassing the executive guys like this guy. So now the inquiry is questioning essentially why this guy refused to get the police involved immediately when the consultants came to him and said, there is a nurse in our hospital murdering babies. So essentially the whole point of the inquiry is why did you, Mr. Executive Man, on your £160,000 salary per year, they keep on telling us in the media how much these guys are earning as like some kind of dunk. Basically the inquiry is like, why did you not immediately call the police when these consultants at this hospital came to you and said that a nurse was murdering babies? Like, as a consultant, I keep saying the wrong word. As an executive, like an NHS hospital boss, like, as anybody would do normally, they didn't just outright believe those consultant doctors when they came up to him and said, this nurse is murdering babies. They didn't believe, like, this guy and the other hospital bosses, the executives, they didn't believe those consultant doctors when they came up to him and they were saying, a nurse is murdering babies. They didn't believe them because they had no evidence. They had no direct evidence. None of her colleagues, none of the multiple nurses working with her, none of the doctors working with her saw her do anything. All they'd seen was this supposed pattern of her being around when babies died on the hospital ward. So basically, now this inquiry is like, because they basically decided in court that Lucy Letby is a murderer, now this inquiry is asking, how did you allow a baby murderer to be on the ward for so long? Why did you not believe these doctors who were telling you that a baby murderer was on the ward? And an entire year passed between the point where he was told that there were suspicions that a nurse was murdering babies to the point where the doctors managed to call the police directly. The inquiry is basically asking, why did you, a senior executive of the NHS, not immediately call the police as soon as you heard allegations about a nurse murdering babies? And it's kind of like, this whole thing is kind of pointless because this guy pretty much acted how anybody would act in that situation, i.e., he basically said, what the fuck are these doctors talking about? Why would a nurse be murdering babies? Why are they accusing a nurse of murdering babies when they have no evidence? That's what this guy did. That's why he refused to call the police, because there was no evidence, which is a very normal thing to not do. It's very normal, like, to not immediately call the police when someone comes up to you with wild allegations with nothing backing them up. A very normal thing to do is not to immediately call the police. But now he's being interrogated like he did something very wrong by not immediately calling the police. Yeah, this is basically the same as the post office scandal. Like, this whole inquiry is going on now, where it's assumed that everybody who initially had doubts that Lucy Letby was guilty when these allegations were first brought up in the hospital, anybody who initially had doubts about her is now being treated like they were insane for not immediately contacting the police, when that was an extremely normal response to have. When some doctors from your hospital come up to you and say, I think this nurse is murdering babies, a very normal response is to be like, why? There's no evidence for you thinking that, so why? Why would I go to the police when I think you're being a bit crazy because there's no evidence to believe that and you're saying something a bit crazy? That's a very normal response to have. And now he's in the middle of this inquiry, like, why did you respond like that? And like literally as soon as the consultant doctors were able to directly get the police involved in this case, that's when it all literally went downhill. And it got completely fucked and biased immediately. Because all the police were doing were looking for evidence that went against Lucy Letby. Because what the police are incentivized to do is to gather enough information that the CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service, will deem as enough evidence to take a case to trial. So the police were incentivized to find enough evidence against her. So that's where it all went wrong, because like as soon as it went to the police, as soon as those doctors were able to go directly to the police and not via these executives, that's where it all went wrong. The former chief executive of the hospital where Lucy Letby murdered 7 babies said the father of the serial killer made threats in angry meetings. Tony Chambers was in charge at the Countess of Chester Hospital during 2015 and 2016, when the nurse also attempted to murder 7 other infants. So, like, to give you context, I'm researching everything that the statisticians are saying against this verdict. So, statisticians and lots of medical experts are basically saying there is no evidence to say that she actually did this, and the trial was very one-sided. Personally, I believe that she didn't get a fair trial, and knowing everything I know about the case at this point, I think that it basically comes down to the question of what do you think is most likely out of both of these scenarios? A neonatal ward, an NHS neonatal ward, which was suffering extreme problems of understaffing and underskilled staff, experienced a slight spike in deaths one year, which is actually statistically not even that significant, versus the other narrative, a baby serial killer was on the ward. What do you think is the most likely out of those both scenarios? So basically, because she was found guilty for various reasons at trial of 7 baby murders and 7 attempted baby murders, we've essentially now decided that Lucy Letby is guilty, and that's what this entire inquiry is based off of. I mean, the diary isn't even like the diary entry is just fucking stupid. I think the diary fucked her in the press, but like in the trial, it was probably a more small percentage of what fucked her. In the press, it definitely fucked her over a lot. But yeah, like literally every single NHS neonatal ward is underfunded, understaffed. The staff are underskilled. They're stressed. That's happening at every neonatal ward. The Countess of Chester, where she worked, was literally just one of the worst. It wasn't even the worst. It was just one of the worst. And then it suffered a spike. And they entirely blamed that spike on one nurse. Mr. Chambers told the public inquiry into the circumstances around Letby's offending that he and his fellow board members simply didn't see what was behind the rising death rate amongst babies on the neonatal unit. I mean, some of my next video is going to be about the NHS because there is a lot to do with the NHS within this, and the fact that we sort of like revere it as like we sort of it's like our religion now. It's like British people. It's like we love the NHS. It's like NHS is God. The Father, the Son, and the fucking Holy Spirit. So it's like, the NHS couldn't have possibly killed these babies. It has to be some evil, murderous one person. But also, it's sort of, it's a very sort of interesting psychological fallacy as well, that we sort of tend to look at systemic problems like an underfunded NHS, for example, and we tend to apply human agency to systemic problems because we find systemic problems difficult to understand as humans. They're too complex for us to like fully get grips on. So what we tend to do is apply human agency to very complex issues, and you can see that happening in a lot of like right wing talking points as well, where they'll argue against, for example, DEI initiatives, because they'll be like, well, there couldn't be anything systemic going on, clearly, because we've made that all illegal. So therefore, any disparities in race or gender in certain professions, it must be because of human agency. It's a very human logical fallacy that a lot of people make, and I feel like that's being made here as well. Like, oh, it couldn't have been, NHS underfunding that resulted in a small spike in neonatal deaths. Actually, it's human agency that did it. It's actually one evil person, and that's a lot easier for like a human brain to understand over like systemic issues. You can blame one person. Blaming a 1,000-page policy takes a bit more effort. Yeah, exactly. Perhaps the NHS is severely underfunded and systematically broken, but also Lucy Letby definitely did it. Not if you sort of take into account the bigger picture. She didn't definitely do it. I do think it's possible that she could have done it. I think it's possible. But in the same way, it's much it's much harder to prove a negative than it is to prove a positive. And that's sort of why the justice system works in the way that it does. Like when you have a trial, the prosecution has to build the case, and the defense, you know, have to, all the defense have to do is argue against whatever the prosecution puts forward, because proving that you haven't done something is far harder than proving that you have done something. So with that in mind, yeah, I can't literally say Lucy Letby didn't do it because blah blah and blah blah. She doesn't have an alibi for literally every death that happened. No, she fucking worked there in the hospital. Of course she doesn't have an alibi for every death that happened. So what you need, so the burden of proof has to be on the prosecution. There needs to be enough evidence that proves that she was there, and that there is enough medical evidence to prove that she did do it, because you could prove that those babies didn't die of natural causes, but that isn't there. That evidence just isn't there. What is there is very emotional evidence that they heard in court from the baby's mothers and fathers, who talked about their little tiny premature babies literally screaming as they died. It's horrible to talk about. It's literally horrible. But the emotive nature of the testimony of those parents in court, I guarantee you, made the case for the prosecution. Because essentially what the defense had to do after the prosecution laid that case out with all the very emotional testimony from the parents of the babies who died, like what the defense then had to do was basically be like, well, no, she didn't murder those babies that you just heard really emotive stories about dying in pain. She actually didn't kill them. It was actually the NHS and these very sort of nebulous issues that you've never even really considered any before as a normal member of the public. That's an impossible task for a defense to make. Why were the parents allowed to testify if there was no concrete evidence? They're allowed to test, like the prosecution can get anybody to testify as long as the judge decides that that's all right for them, for the prosecution to do. And that's what the judge decided in that case. Are you saying essentially victim impact statements were used as evidence? Yeah, because they were basically they were giving evidence in the form of like, my premature baby was on this neonatal ward and Lucy Letby was in the room while this happened. Then a really emotional, horrible story about how their poor little tiny baby died in a terrible, painful way. And realistically, this happens to neonatal babies quite often. Not just when Lucy Letby is around, but just quite often when any doctor is around, because neonatal babies are not stable. They are incredibly vulnerable to anything, like tiny infections. Doctors doing anything that's like even slightly wrong, they're extremely vulnerable to anything that happens, and then they can just desaturate and die at any point. And it's horrible and traumatic. But it happens when there's people are not murdering them. It just happens because by accident. It just happens. And it especially happens a lot more often on NHS wards that are underfunded. And people don't know what the fuck they're doing because they haven't had enough training. I'm listening to a podcast at the minute by John Sweeney, who is a journalist who's previously done stuff for the BBC, but also other people. But he's actually revealed something, that one of the doctors who's anonymous who has given evidence against Lucy Letby during the trial, he's actually revealed that this doctor, about a year, I think, before Lucy Letby supposedly started her killing spree on the ward, about a year before, he essentially killed a baby through negligence, this Dr. B, unnamed person, because they found out through medical records that he had, because these babies are so tiny, it's so difficult to do, but what they have to do sometimes is put a tube down their throat, and sometimes they're trying to put it down the trachea, and sometimes they're trying to put it down the esophagus. But these babies are literally like, think about the size of a newborn baby, but like half the size of that, maybe even smaller than that. They're trying to put tubes down the throats of these tiny babies. And basically Dr. B, this doctor who gave evidence against Lucy Letby about a year before she supposedly started her killing spree, what he'd done is he'd put a tube in to a baby and he'd accidentally put it down the wrong tube. Apparently it happens more often than you'd think in these tiny little babies. He put it down the wrong tube and the baby ended up dying. And just consider that, like, this is a doctor that did this. This is a consultant doctor that did it. And it said in the baby's medical notes that the monitor repeatedly told him and other nurses that it repeatedly beeped, telling them that something was wrong with the baby, but they just repeatedly ignored the monitor. They repeatedly ignored the monitor, telling them that something was wrong with the baby. And eventually, the baby died. So, can you imagine if that had happened, but it was like Lucy Letby who apparently happened to make a mistake and put the tube down the wrong hole? Like, this is the kind of nuanced medical shit we're talking about with neonatal babies, where it's so easy to make what would seem to a layperson like a very obvious mistake, but it actually happens like so often. So like this doctor essentially murdered a baby by putting a tube down the wrong hole in the throat in this baby, and it ended up dying. And he had warning signs and he repeatedly ignored them. And like the things that Lucy Letby is purported to have done are like far less obvious than that. Like far less like straightforward murder methods. Anyway. Nicholas Delaper Casey, counsel to the inquiry, asked Mr. Chambers about meetings he held with Letby and her family in December 2016. This came after managers upheld a grievance she had lodged with the hospital in September that year about being removed from the neonatal unit and placed onto clerical duties due to accusations against her by senior consultants. So yeah, she got taken off the ward and put onto clerical duties, but she wasn't even directly told, like, what the allegations against her were.
Page 7. The fourth to last entry, last sentence, Lucy, don't worry, we've got your back.
Yeah, clumsy language. As I've said all along, the intention here was to avoid any possible escalation, and 8 years on, with what we know, and we look at this, these are the kind of things that you know you didn't get right.
So he's basically trying to defend himself now and be like, oh, I'm so sorry I didn't call the police straight away when these doctors were coming up to me and saying a nurse was murdering people without any evidence. So, yeah, it's all pretty fucking ridiculous. I mean, he might even believe that she's guilty now. Who knows? He might actually think that she's guilty now, or he might not. He might still not believe that she's actually guilty. Who knows? But all he's trying to do now is save his career, and that's the same as the rest of these NHS executive guys. So either way, he doesn't have a choice. His best bet is to go with the judgment. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, what else should we watch? What else should we look at? All right, I'll go for a quick wee, and then we'll talk about something else. Does she not get to appeal? Yeah, she already appealed. She oh dear. I'm gonna have to have another look at. She already appealed and it got rejected. But the appeal was based on the expertise of the main medical witness of the prosecution, and the court basically decided, you know what? No, he's actually fine. He's actually qualified enough to give evidence. So they didn't accept the appeal. But the thing is, the prosecution medical witness, a guy called Dr. Dewey Evans, yeah, there's a lot of issues with his testimony. Oh, so many that I can't even go into right now, but it's a legitimate gripe with the prosecution's case. But she had an appeal and it got rejected, but she's got a new lawyer now. She's got new counsel. And her last resort is the CCRC, the Criminal Cases Review Commission. That's where people go when they've been found guilty and they've appealed it and that's also been rejected. The last place that they can go is the CCRC. And I believe that's where the Birmingham 6 ended up going. Like, this has happened multiple times. Like, people have had appeals rejected, and I honestly don't think that there's much in it when people get appeals rejected. Because I think the CPS, like, literally, they love finalization. They love finality when it comes to court decisions. They love it when like people come to a decision and then it's like, yeah, that's it. That's final. That's it. But the appeals court is wrong a lot of the time. It really is. So she's got new counsel now. With her new lawyer, she's going to the CCRC. He's building up loads of new evidence, which proves that she's innocent. So yeah. All right. I'm gonna have a wee, then we're gonna move on.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. Don't you know? Don't you know? I can't talk right now. Don't you know? I'm making hits. What you looking at? I can't talk. What you looking at?
You only get one shot.
I can't talk right now. I can't talk right now.
And then just touch me so I can get my satisfaction.
I can't talk right now.
All right. All right. My voice is getting more and more husky. Can you hear it getting more and more husky as my throat gets worse and worse? Oh dear. All right. I'm not gonna like try and read out more articles. I'm gonna watch videos on them. Hang on. Just so I don't have to talk too much. Because I'm just gonna get very annoying, aren't I? I'm just gonna get very annoying. Oh. How's Spider? I've not seen Spider in weeks. I was saying last week, the spider ran away when the people came to work on my bathroom. And they were angle grinding and making lots of loud noises. And the spider obviously ran away. And never came back. Gone to find a new home. So yeah, not seen him in a while. Yeah, I didn't murder it. It probably just ran away. This story is actually pretty crazy.
Former soldier Daniel Khalife has been found guilty at Woolwich Crown Court of spying for Iran, but cleared of carrying out a bomb hoax. So this coming from court just in the last few moments. Former soldier Daniel Khalife, pictured here, has been found guilty at Woolwich Crown Court of spying for Iran, but cleared of carrying out a bomb hoax. You may remember the case of Daniel Khalife. He escaped from Wandsworth Prison on the 6th of September last year. He was being held on remand at that time, awaiting this trial on terrorism charges.
It's been very interesting to hear about what came out of the trial with this guy, because this escape from prison that he did was like the only clever thing that he did. Everything else that he did was like full on just idiotic.
Relating to two incidents. He was accused of, at that point, of collecting secret information and passing it to agents in Iran. He is alleged to have covertly gathered the names of serving soldiers.
The way he escaped prison is he's strapped himself to the bottom of this food delivery van that's currently leaving the prison. And the prison apparently set off an alarm while this was happening, which basically said there's a prisoner missing, and as this lorry was leaving, they apparently like really quickly used a mirror, like the security guards quickly used a mirror to look under this lorry, and like with a torch, and they were like, oh yeah, there's no one there, and then they just let it go. So yeah.
Including those in special forces. Separately, he was accused of planting a fake bomb at his barracks. That was the case heading into this trial, and we have just received from the news wires that the former soldier Daniel Khalife has been found guilty at Woolwich Crown Court of spying for Iran, but cleared of carrying out a bomb hoax. Now, going back to Wandsworth Prison, when his case then garnered national attention because he was being held on these terrorism charges at Wandsworth Prison. He was working in the canteen kitchen area of the prison, and he managed to escape from Wandsworth Prison.
Is he really an Iranian spy or just pro-Palestinian? He is neither. He is a fucking idiot.
By effectively attaching himself to the underside of a lorry, a food delivery lorry, and he had managed to attach himself with prison kitchen trousers, effectively strapping himself underneath. He got out of the prison underneath that lorry and drove up the road, and then climbed out from...
Like, when he escaped prison, there was literally a full-on nationwide manhunt. Like, it was in the news, like, we've got to find this guy. This guy, literally, he managed to get something like 7 miles away from Wandsworth Prison. Like, a total of 7 miles away. And they found him. Like, this picture here is him when he got arrested. He was literally cycling down the side of a canal on a stolen bike. Like, he didn't even manage to steal a vehicle of any kind. He was riding a bicycle down the side of a canal, and that's what police caught him. Like,
under the lorry, and there was a huge search operation then carried out by police throughout London. Huge areas searched, like Richmond Park at one point, and these are some of the CCTV images of his activity after escaping from Wandsworth Prison. He was...
Like, this guy literally thinks he's James Bond, and like when he escaped prison, which is the only good thing that he ever did, the only James Bond-like thing that he ever managed to do, by the way. When he escaped prison, he went to a few shops. He stole a baseball cap to hide his face. He went to a few shops, bought a few things with some cash that he managed to get from somewhere. He did, like, when he escaped prison under that lorry, like, he didn't even wait for that lorry to get to somewhere where no one could see him get out from underneath that lorry. He got out from underneath the lorry, like, just when the lorry was stopped at some traffic lights. So literally, the woman in the car directly behind the lorry just saw him drop out from underneath the lorry and just roll out to the side of the road. Like, he didn't even wait until a point where no one could see him do that. Like, this guy thinks he's James Bond. He was so bad. He was so bad at being a fugitive.
Was eventually caught, of course, and stood trial for the original offences. He was on the run for 3 days in total, eventually captured in Northolt in London. And at one point, as I mentioned there, Richmond Park was where the search area, the largest park in Greater London, was closed completely while they tried to find him using helicopters, infrared search for him. There was a £20,000 reward on offer for his arrest as he was on the run. He was eventually arrested by a plainclothes police officer, but that case was effectively leading up to this case now, which is the terrorism charges case. And that's the one that the jury has come back. It has made its decision. And in the last few moments, the court has heard the decision that the former soldier, Daniel Khalife, guilty at Woolwich Crown Court of spying for Iran, but cleared of carrying out a bomb hoax.
Oh yeah, he got a newspaper of himself. He bought a newspaper that was reporting about himself.
So some of the detail on some of the cases the case that he was answering and the charges that he was answering. Let's get a bit more detail on those. My colleague Martine is standing by for us. Martine, if you're connected and can hear me, it's Lewis here in the studio in London. Just wondering if you could...
Why do they say that he's doing it for Iran? Because he was trying to do it for Iran. That's just the truth.
If we've managed to establish communications yet with Martine, doesn't look like we have. We'll come back to Martine in... we have Martine...
He didn't actually manage to do anything, though. He didn't actually manage to give Iran any proper, information about the British Army or anything like that. He didn't actually manage to do anything of any significance whatsoever because he was a fucking dumbass.
Martine got the thumbs up there. It's Lewis here. We are live. Martine, just talk us through what you can tell us about what happened there in court.
Yes, we went back into court at 10 o'clock this morning here at Woolwich, and the jury have returned their verdicts on 3 counts. They have found the former Royal Signals Corps soldier Daniel Khalife, who's 23, born in Britain, guilty on 2 of those counts. That is that he was committed an act prejudicial to the safety or interests of the state. In other words, found guilty of spying for an enemy state. In this case, it's Iran. He had denied this, saying that he wanted to be regarded as a double agent, had approached MI6 with a view to becoming a double agent. They hadn't taken him seriously. He went on to be arrested later. The second count is...
What he did was, when he joined the British Army, he found someone Iranian on Facebook who he found out had previously tried to get information from the UK in some way. And he basically got in contact with them and he was like, hey, I can give you information. And the guy ended up giving him 1,500 quid in a doggy shit bag that he picked up in a park somewhere. So he basically managed to scam this Iranian guy into thinking that he could give him information because he'd sent the Iranian guy like loads of fake secret documents that weren't actually secret. He just pretended that they were. So he'd like scammed this Iranian guy into thinking that he could give him like secret information. He wasn't even like a high level soldier. He was like a low level soldier. And he didn't even really have access to anything secret, but he like scammed this Iranian guy into thinking that he had access to secret shit. So this Iranian guy gave him 1,500 quid in a doggy bag that he picked up in a park somewhere. And then, like, after he got this 1,500 quid, he basically, like, he emailed MI6, like, hey, I got Iran to pay me for information. Therefore, I'm already a double agent, so you should hire me. And basically, MI6 just, like, completely ignored him, like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? And yeah, so he basically got a little bit pissed off that they ignored him and didn't take him on his amazing offer.
Under the Terrorism Act, the first was under the Official Secrets Act. This is regarding eliciting information about members of the armed forces, contrary to the Terrorism Act. The prosecution brought evidence in court that Daniel Khalife had gathered the names of serving soldiers, particularly those in the SAS, the Special Air Service, and the SBS, the Special Boat Service, taking photographs of 15 personnel names and handing them over to the Iranians. He claimed that they were useless documents, that he'd made most of them up. Regarding the third count, this was perpetrating a bomb hoax. He has been found not guilty of this third count, which is under the Criminal Law Act. He had left a fake device on a desk in his barracks in Staffordshire to try to slow down the hunt for him when he had absconded from those barracks in 2023. He said that it was such a rudimentary device that no one would believe that it was serious, but it was treated as serious, and a bomb disposal squad was brought in. However, the jury have found...
This is like Florida Man UK version, yeah.
...him not guilty on that count. You may recall that during his evidence last week, he pleaded guilty, changed his plea to escaping from Wandsworth Prison on the 6th of September last year. And that is how Daniel Khalife came to public attention, really. He was front page news because he mounted this escape from Wandsworth Prison. Afterwards, there were 81 failures in the security at Wandsworth Prison that were discovered because of the ensuing investigation. He was on the run for 3 days. He had, the court heard here at Woolwich, created a sling from trousers that were worn in the prison kitchen. And a few days before he escaped on the 6th of September, he had slung it against the rear axles of a food delivery truck, and then took his chance on the 6th of September and positioned himself in that sling underneath the van. The van was allowed to leave, even though the alarm was raised that a prisoner was missing. And out on the road in southwest London, when the van came to a stop, he rolled out from underneath the van, and he was seen by an eyewitness driving a car behind. He did a pencil roll, the court heard, and then shook his hair very casually and ran away. And he was on the run for 3 days, 75 hours in total. And in the end,
I can't believe this guy got out of prison, honestly. Like, he's such a fucking dumbass. Got out from under the lorry and did a pencil roll, shook his hair out, and walked off.
He was found 11
he literally thought he was James Bond, didn't he?
miles away from the prison. That's the only distance he'd managed to travel. And he was arrested on a towpath in Northolt in North London by a plainclothes police officer. Daniel Santford has this background report on the rest of the case.
This was Daniel Khalife on the morning of his escape, working in the kitchen at Wandsworth Prison. 15 minutes later, he was driven out of the jail, clinging to the bottom of this food delivery truck, suspended by a makeshift sling made of kitchen trousers. The driver, unaware of the stowaway underneath, made his way through London's early morning traffic.
The lorry with Daniel Khalife clinging on underneath
stopped at these lights, and a motorist following behind saw him drop to the ground, roll out, stand up, flick his fringe, and casually walk off. It was
Like, he literally couldn't even, he didn't even have the patience to, like, wait maybe an hour or so till they're further away from the prison. No! Just literally the next red light that he got to. You know what? I'm done.
the beginning of a massive nationwide manhunt. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, Daniel Khalife was 6 miles away in Richmond, wearing
Whoa! A whole 6 miles away. Do you think this guy's ever watched Hunted on Channel 4? You know how fucking far away they get on Hunted? They'll get dropped off in Birmingham, and the guys on Hunted will end up in Aberdeen within 6 hours. This guy got 6 miles away.
checking the CCTV cameras in Mountain Warehouse before stealing a baseball cap to hide his face. By the next morning, he'd got some cash from an unknown contact, which he used to buy more clothes in Marks and Spencer, before reading about his escape in the newspapers. The huge
You guys don't have kitchen trousers over there? What?
publicity meant people started to notice him and call the police, among them Frank Noon, who saw him in a cemetery in Chiswick.
I actually felt a bit sorry for him. I thought, well, as somebody who's like most wanted, you don't look that sort of disarming, you don't look that kind of scary or anything.
Eventually, after 3 days on the run, Daniel Khalife was spotted riding a stolen bike along this canal towpath and was arrested by a plainclothes detective who he promptly congratulated. The son of a British-Iranian single mother, Daniel Khalife had joined the army aged 16. One fellow recruit who...
Why did it take us 3 days to find this guy? Why?
didn't want to be identified, remembered him as an annoying attention seeker.
How cocky he was, how arrogant he came across, and just how he seemed to want the spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
He always wanted to seem like he was the attention point and that no one else could take it. Everyone aware of him as a person and know his name.
Less than a year after joining the army, he was in a North London park collecting £1,500 in a dog poo bag from Iranian agents. 2 years after joining, he was in a smart...
I wonder if he picked up an actual bag of dog shit first. It was like, shit! I thought that was my cash!
...hotel in Istanbul. He told his handler he wanted to be trained in Iran.
I wanted to have some training from you guys, and I think the best training for me is inside of Iran. I'm one of the most intelligent people. I won an award. I am better than everybody here.
So that award that he supposedly won was like... I don't know what it was called exactly, but it was like within the lowest rank of soldiers. Like, you get an award for, like, you know, like getting an award for attendance, like that level.
Yeah, I am more intelligent than everybody here.
In a message, he said he would work for them for 25 plus years. He sent the Iranians pictures of communication equipment and official strategy documents that he upgraded to secret, but misspelled the word.
All right. Annoyingly, they've, like, cut it off there. But, like, he changed the word official on this army document to secret, but he misspelt it and it says secret.
He contacted MI5 anonymously, saying he wanted to be a double agent, but instead they had him arrested.
Iran is one of a number of countries that present a real and present risk to our national security. So Daniel Khalife providing information to them absolutely compromises our national security.
Particularly as he's a serving soldier.
Particularly as he was a surgeon soldier that had access to sensitive material.
A year after he was first
That's the bomb that he supposedly made.
arrested, he left a fake bomb on his desk at his barracks.
Reminds me of, like, Futurama, where they have, like, those women, those robots with 3 breasts.
And ran off to live in a van where police found £18,000. When recaptured, he was charged under the Terrorism Act and the Official Secrets Act, which is why he was being held in Wandsworth Prison when he escaped. Daniel Sanford, BBC News, at Woolwich Crown Court.
No regrets.
Daniel Khalife appeared in court today wearing a blue shirt with a button-down collar and khaki trousers. He didn't react other than to adjust his glasses when he sat down again when he first heard the verdict. Just to recap on those counts, he's been found guilty of count 1, which is a charge against the Official Secrets Act. The second count was against the Terrorism Act, but in terms of perpetrating a bomb hoax, he has been found not guilty. But during the middle of his evidence last week, he changed his plea to escaping from prison to a guilty plea. Prosecutors have said that he'd played a cynical game, claiming that he'd wanted a career working as a double agent to help British security services, when in fact he had actually gathered, according to the prosecution, a very large body of restricted and classified material, including the names of people in the special forces. His barrister, the defence barrister, had tried to argue that his double agent plot was hapless, as he described it, sometimes bordering on the slapstick, more Scooby-Doo than 007. But the jury here at Woolwich Crown Court were convinced of the danger that he posed. And in fact, the jury had heard during evidence that...
I can't do the Scooby-Doo voice right now because I will cough very badly.
Daniel Khalife could have endangered the life of Nazarene Zaghari Ratcliffe by sending fake intelligence documents to Iran, accused as he was of sending these documents entitled Nazarene Zaghari Ratcliffe.
Scooby did some amazing things for Iran.
Intelligence options, which he created in 2021. Clearly a fake document, but it said that the British government was not willing to negotiate over her release after she was detained in Iran for 6 years. The background to that, of course, is that in 2016, Ms Zaghari Ratcliffe was arrested by the Revolutionary Guards in Tehran after a holiday visit when she'd taken her daughter to see her parents. And of course, she was detained in Iran over those allegations, which she denied all that time. She was finally freed in 2022 after ministers agreed to settle a historic debt of £400 million to the Iranian government. But we're now we have the verdict. We're expecting sentencing to take place probably into the new year. The judge sitting here, Mrs Justice Chima Grubb, has said that plainly he will be facing a long custodial sentence. She went on to thank the jury for their service, saying that you have plainly given the case careful attention. And as this judge often does, she says if they found the proceedings to be interesting, she's encouraged them to consider becoming magistrates. So Daniel Khalife, found guilty on those 2 counts of terror against the Terrorism Act and the Official Secrets Act because of spying for an enemy state, in this case Iran. Not guilty on the 3rd count of perpetrating a bomb hoax, and as we say, count 4 was whether he had escaped from prison. He changed his plea last week during evidence and admitted that he had, on September the 6th last year, escaped from Wandsworth Prison. Lewis.
Well, there you go. All right, I'm going to move on from this. Basically, a guy's an idiot. Complete fucking idiot. He thought he was James Bond. He's clearly not. He's just an idiot. But the fact that clear idiots can escape relatively easy from our prisons is clearly an issue that needs to be dealt with. But yeah. Timothy Chalamet could play him. No. He's not. No, he's not as good looking as Timothy Chalamet. I refuse to agree. All right, I'm going to look at a couple of things that people have put in the in the Discord reaction, suggested reactions. r/Buttcoin, always a good subreddit. I love a bit of r/Buttcoin. This is a story that someone's written that I thought we could that we could all enjoy together. And then after that, maybe we'll talk about a bit of. There was an interesting story also that someone put in the Discord about like dating. Is dating a total nightmare for you right now? That also looked interesting. I thought I would also look at that afterwards. But yeah. No, I would like to look at this first. Hey, it's a little bit of wordage, but it's no more than like your average article. And, you know, I'll read it out for you, so don't worry. I'll read it out for you in my current very sexy, very sexy sore throat voice. It's a little bit lower than normal. Can you hear? Ooh. But at least I'm not like coughing in your fucking face right now. All right, let's read this. It might be fun. Who knows? I don't know. I've not read this. Maybe this is fun. Okay. Husband put our entire life savings into crypto without consulting me and got scammed. I can't afford to divorce him. Oh shit. Apologies if this is the wrong sub to post, but I'm just posting it here to illustrate to a peculiar degree just how fucking terribly crypto and infinite money glitches and the pursuit of fake wealth destroys people. I'm 23 female and he's 25 male. We've been married for 2 years. Shit, so you got married at 21? Oh, girl. Don't get married that young, but okay. I have been unemployed for a year after getting laid off from my last job, and I have not been able to find another job despite reaching out to recruiters, revamping my resume over and over, showing up in person or calling the company, and using temp agencies because I get consistently ghosted. And I live in a part of the South where places are paying max $9 an hour, and it's not enough to pay all my bills. I cannot pursue higher paying jobs because I've not yet graduated, and all they ask for a bachelor's degree, and I got rejected for unemployment when I applied. That's fucking shitty. I can imagine like so many people are going through that bullshit right now, honestly. Okay. So basically she's laid out why she's broke. She's 23, married to a 25-year-old for 2 years. She's fucking broke. She can't find a job. That's why. Okay, I received an $83,000 inheritance from the death of a relative that happened while we were married, which I immediately threw into an HIYSA. I'm assuming that's some sort of American investment savings account. I planned on using it for the down payment. What is it? High yield savings account. All right, so it's supposed to give you lots of return, is it? Okay. I planned on using it for the down payment on a house, but we were rejected multiple times by multiple lenders for too new of credit history and the fact that it was savings based and not regular income based. That's fucking bullshit. Then I got laid off, so I was forced to use it as a savings account until I looked for another job. There was a time where my husband had quit his job because it stressed him out, red flag number 1, but that was at the same time that I got laid off. So I, stupidly, yes I know, this is all on me, added him as a joint contributor to my account so we could use it as a joint savings. Student loans, bills, my car loan, and insurance, rent, gas, groceries, and putting money into retirement. But not all of it all add up when you've been, what? I don't understand what the what the phraseology is meant to be there. Groceries and putting money into retirement, but not all of it all adds up when you've been unemployed for a year. So in total, we spent about $30,000 of the savings. He then got a new job where he still works currently, and it all spiraled from there. He got paired with an older male co-worker who started telling him that he, co-worker, was part of an elite, private, secret society, crypto investment club. Oh, God. And he would like to join. My moronic husband said yes. So the guy invited him to make an account on their website and be a member. Oh, God, what the fuck? Oh, no. The guy claimed to be a multimillionaire, first red flag, who only worked at my husband's retail, so low-income job, for fun money. Oh, so many red flags, fucking hell. He claimed to have been closing in on a $4 million mansion in our wealthier suburb. He claimed that my husband needed to deposit $1,000, oh no, in order to be fully officiated as a member. So my husband went into our accounts and did just that. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I check my bank account every week. I check my bank account every day just to make sure everything's in line. Maybe even more than once a day. I check okay, maybe that's just me because I'm very, I don't know, highly strung. Is that the right word? I check my bank account every week. I now recognize where I had a lack of foresight, and I now realize I should be checking it every day, if not every hour. Oh dear. I had been so focused on finding a job, but also completing my schoolwork and also just paying the bills and going that I was slacking on checking the account for longer. What do you guys do? I check mine multiple times per day because my anxiety makes me do it. Same! Me too! More and more, my husband starts hanging out with this dude to the point he's neglecting me for hangouts, chilling at home, and even necessary errands requisite for a husband and wife, like going on grocery runs, just to hang out with this guy. He's met the guy's family. Oh, God. Gone to his house. Apparently seen how the website works enough for him to be convinced. The guy told my husband that how the investment service works was my husband would be able to watch his money grow 10,000. Oh, no. That's just a million red flags there. Like, oh, 10,000% more than a traditional market return. Oh, for fuck's sake. And that he wouldn't be controlled. Oh, and that he wouldn't be controlled by banks. / wouldn't have the bank stealing your money. The oldest fucking trick in the book. Jesus fucking Christ. The oldest crypto trick in the book. And essentially amounts to anti-Semitism. It so easily gets to the anti-Semitism that, oh, fucking hell. Okay. And that the more money he deposited, the higher his rate of return and faster he gets it. Example, if he deposited $10,000, he'd receive 50%. God. Which, I'm studying finance. A return like that would crush the economy. Yeah, you fucking think. So what does that fucking dipshit do? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, fucking hell. A return of 50%. Like, this is the thing, though. Like, guys into crypto, they don't understand economics. at even the most basic level, guys into crypto do not understand how the economy works or why the economy works the way it does because of lessons that we've learned in the past. And because of things like the great financial crash of the 1920s and the changes that we made because of that. Crypto guys are like, oh no, that's not because we learned lessons from like people literally losing all of their money in that crash. No, it's because actually a shadowy elite decided to put loads of legislations in place. Like, oh, just learn something about economics, please. Like the way that crypto guys think that like inflation is literally the government just stealing money from you. And that's all it is. That's it. No other question. Inflation is the government stealing money from you. It's frustrating the way that they don't realize how the economy works. Anyway, he goes and takes the remaining $50,000 out of our savings, and we use a credit union where there is no longer any sort of hold or a limit that is ginormous of an amount, so that it was all the money at once and deposits all of it into this service. Oh, God. Because his stupid ass thinks that amount will net him $1 million and we will be millionaires in no time. Oh, fucking hell. This is what all of the guys who invest into Bitcoin think. They all think that this is how the economy works. Like, literally, they think like all of them are going to be millionaires, and whoever didn't invest into Bitcoin is going to be left with nothing. And it's their own fault for not investing into Bitcoin. And that's how economies work. It's that, like, they think it's that simple. Like, that's why Bitcoin's like taken off recently. Just like literally just because Donald Trump won the election. It's the same people who like these unengaged political voters that voted for Donald Trump. It's the same unengaged people who think that the economy works in this very zero-sum game where like you just have to invest in some coin and that works in the same way that currency works. It's the same mentality. Like, if you don't actually think about something, it's very easy. It's the same mentality, but that's not how the real world works, unfortunately. Oh God. Okay, I finally checked the accounts one day and there is zero fucking money left other than a couple $1,000s. I panic and immediately confront my husband, and he confesses all of this, but he frames it as if it's a good decision because we'll soon be rich. He shows me the website and there is zero option or button to cash out your earnings. What a fucking surprise. Just deposit and enter your card or bank account information. And I'm watching the $50,000 that was originally my money shoot up by stupid and preposterous rates. Yep. I now see how the website works. The rates are not real, they're artificial, and they're being controlled by the scammers behind the scenes. Yes. They write code and make the website generate a false return when in reality that money is generating nothing. I cried and had a panic attack because on top of being jobless, I was now also penniless. I had a tree fall on my car after a storm, which insurance denied coverage for due to a lapse insurance payment, and I can't afford to fix myself out of pocket. And the injuries are unfixable. At the time, my husband did this, so I was now carless as well. I had to rely on Uber and Lyft to find jobs, which is another unnecessary expense that adds up over time, and those aren't even options anymore either. America, where you can't get anywhere via bus or train. Yeah. I told my husband that this had the hallmarks of a scam, but he refused to believe it, and he still doesn't. He's putting his paychecks that should go into the household into this bullshit. I looked up the founder and owner of the investment club, and the guy got arrested and imprisoned for 20 years previously in a foreign country for fraud for perpetrating this exact scam on the residents there. Looked at the address for the 4 million home, supposedly bought by his co-worker, and it's still on the market for sale. He's just a fucking lie, and my husband is too much of a self-serving, prideful dumb fuck to see it. I had to take out of my retirement and the remaining savings money in order to pay the rest of my bills for December and part of January, but come February, I'm screwed. I called my credit union to try and get the money back, but they said it's unrecoverable. In the meantime, I moved all the money into a different account where he has no access and cancelled the card. I hate him so much. I want a divorce so fucking badly because I have no job, no car, and now no money. I can't get one. Yeah. I'm sure so many people have like stories similar to that, to be honest. And it's really, really depressing. Like all crypto has done is just give scammers a tool to be able to do the same scams that we were doing to people 100 years ago before the SEC was put into place. It's just the same shit. And now the SEC is trying to catch up with these people, and yeah, it's difficult, but yeah, that's literally all crypto is good for, really, is just scamming people. That's it. It's not the future of finance because it has no use case apart from all of this shit. There is literally no use case. It's literally a database, and a pretty shit one at that. It doesn't do anything better than any other database that's already in place. It just does it worse and more slowly. But yeah, when Trump gets in, he's going to pump loads of money into it probably, and everybody's going to think that it's great. And more people are going to get scammed, probably. It's really sad, though. It's kind of, yeah, it's just really depressing. All right. This dating thing looked interesting that somebody put on the Discord. Oh, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Oh, fuck. Oh, dear. So, yeah. I should probably... I'm not too tired yet. I can do this. And then I might go to bed after this. Oh. I'm just going to blow my nose a little bit. I hope I'm not getting like properly ill. I don't think I am. I hope not. All right, let's talk about dating with my sexy sore throat voice. Ooh.
I got a sexy sore throat voice. Ooh, so husky. So husky.
Like, how am I doing this so late? Well, it's only 10 to 2. That's not late for me. I'm a night owl, baby. So sultry. All right, let's talk about dating. I don't really talk about dating that much. Sexy Sultan. Soulful Satan voice. Yeah. Yeah, baby. All right. All right. Let's hang out and talk about dating. Fun times. Is dating a total nightmare for you right now? You're not alone. Trying to date as a young woman has gotten so bad. It's gone viral. On a recent Saturday night in Austin, Anya Haas went out hoping to meet someone. She planned to grab a bar seat at a trendy restaurant and scope out her options. But when she arrived, it was packed. While waiting, an elderly man offered to buy Haas dinner. She politely declined and left to grab some sushi before heading to a comedy show. Ooh, I love a bit of sushi. There, she figured it would be easier to mingle. Pardon me. There, she figured it would be easier to mingle with people her own age. I feel like I'm going to get hiccups if I... Just let my diaphragm rest a second. There we go. There, she figured it would be easier to mingle with people her own age. But when the 32-year-old hospitality worker arrived at the club, it was mostly empty. She was also the only person who sat in the front row, and the comics singled her out for being alone. Humiliated, Haas then got a ride home from a single 75-year-old woman who said she drove for Uber in order to meet people. That's going to be me, Haas thought, while petting the driver's dog. Wait, hang on. Is it this Uber driver brings her dog along in the car? Is this a thing that happens a lot in America? Like, I've never had an Uber driver that just brings their dog along. Huh? What if your passenger's allergic to dogs? I'm already distracted. How did an Uber driver manage to have their dog just in the car? The dog is for safety on top of the gun. Is it a way to get 5-star ratings? If the Uber driver has a dog, instant, like on Nosedive, on Black Mirror. Blue. I rewatched that episode recently. I'm rewatching my favorite Black Mirror episodes at the minute. I really like Nosedive. And I really like San Junipero. And I really like Hang the DJ. I'm just going to say that is a great episode. Nosedive is great. I rewatched the very first episode. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one where the UK Prime Minister fucks a pig live on TV. And it's just like, I know that one is a lot of people's favourite episode, but I rewatched it recently and I was like, actually, this is so depressing. It's one of the most depressing episodes of TV ever, actually. By the time you get to the end of it, you're like, oh my God, fuck this. It's awful. But yeah, no, so many episodes of Black Mirror I absolutely love. I really like Playtest as well. Playtest is wonderful. Hang the DJ is the dating app one. It is, yeah. Hang the DJ is the dating app one. It's really good. The premise is like, the people who meet up for dates, they have this little device that tells them immediately how long their relationship is going to last for. So it might be like 12 hours or it might be like 5 years, or it might be like, 12 days or like 9 months or something like that. And so there's like an expiry date on their like relationship, and they have no they have no choice but to break up with each other exactly at that time after their first date. And it I won't spoil it, but like at the end it explains why. That's the thing. So that's Hang the DJ. That's a really good episode. Love that one. Is Playtest the VR horror one? Yes. Yeah, it's that one. I love that one. Yeah. Yeah, Rory Kinnear is the guy that plays the British Prime Minister who has to fuck the pig on national TV. Yeah. It's horrible. Oh, it's so horrible though. It's kind of like, I don't know. Everybody loves that episode most of all because it's like the first episode of Black Mirror, and it's like really jarring and horrible. But I think it has a sort of like cult appreciation because of that. But I don't know. It's just very, it's just so depressing. It's soul crushing, yeah. I'd say yes, soul crushing TV for sure. Yeah, but yeah, Hang the DJ is really good. I don't know whether Hang the DJ or Nosedive is my favorite episode. They're both really good. Or San Junipero, also very high up there. Maybe that's my favorite one. I don't know. I have a Hazy Jane, by the way, that I'm gonna. Woo! Oh yeah, but it's by Brewdog. I'm sorry, that's problematic, isn't it? Oh, I'm gonna get cancelled now. Oh no! Oh no! The perils of being a leftist creator. Ah! Oh no! Right. No Brewdog shit. Oh man. Yeah, San Junipero is great. Entire History of You. Yeah, I've not rewatched that one recently. But I remember that being good from a few years ago. I might rewatch that one as well. Also Bandersnatch. Rewatch that as well. That's like it's like one of those ones where you can decide your next action. It's a bit like a video game, I guess, but like as a Netflix film. Like you use your remote control to like decide what the character does next in Bandersnatch. I recommend that. It's good. It's very, very meta. Because the guy in the show is also coding, like the protagonist in the show is also coding a game in which you decide what the game character is going to do next. So it's like extremely meta. But yeah, no, it's good because yeah, you get to decide what the main character does next in Bandersnatch. And there really was an unreleased game with the same name. Was it unreleased? Bandersnatch. I know that it's a real thing, but I don't know the story behind it. I don't know. Bandersnatched. A fictional creature in Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. In the poem Jabberwocky. I don't know. I'm not sure where that comes from, to be honest. Bandersnatch disambiguation. Oh, video game. Oh, a computer game written by Imagine Software and later released as Bratakas. Oh, right. Maybe it's this then. Maybe this is what it's based on. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know the law, but yeah. The show's good anyway. So anyway, let's carry on with this. How many times am I going to get completely tangented? Once she got home, Haas recorded a video recapping her mortifying experience. Okay, let's watch the video, shall we?
I'm not someone that posts or cries or anything on the internet, so this is a new one for me. I guess I need girls to rally with me and lift me up because I feel so defeated right now. I've been trying to meet someone, just anybody worth my time for years. And dating apps are so awful. I don't need to explain to you how awful the dating apps are. So I've been trying to meet people.
I will agree with her there. Dating apps are hell. They are hell. And guys like in the manosphere, they assume that dating apps are like heaven for women. Like the complete opposite to how they are for guys. But dating apps are hell for women in a completely different way to the way that they are for guys. In the way that as a man you're gonna barely get any matches just because of the way that the whole system is set up. But as a woman, you're gonna get too many matches, and that's not as much as a guy might think that that's heaven. It's not. It's still not good. It's also bad to get too many matches. Being on the other end of that spectrum is also bad. Anyway.
In public. And they're still trash when I do randomly meet people in public. But tonight takes the cake. Last week I was I'm part of an app that you can basically get invited to these events, and there was a comedy thing coming up, and I bought a ticket that maybe I'll meet people here, maybe I'll meet a guy, or just meet people in general that I can become friends with, and then who knows what could happen. And let me just tell you how this went. I show up, it's a limited seating, get there first, it's it was an open bar, and in my head, I'm a prompt person, so I got there 20 minutes beforehand, and I happened to be the first person there. Okay, kind of weird, but okay. They tell me, since it's an intimate thing, try to sit in the front row because it's going to be hard to get people squishing through there, and it's a sold-out show. Okay, that's fine. I sit in the front row, and it's about showtime, and I'm realizing nobody else is in the front row. It's just me. Everybody's filled in the back, every row's filled with all the couples, of course, and then it's just me. I guess people some people of course some people are gonna drop out and not show up, but the host of the show comes up to me really quickly.
I've been to a lot of UK comedy shows like that where people don't want to sit in the front row because they know that they're going to be picked on, and I think that's the main thing, that people don't sit in the front row at comedy shows, is that they literally don't want to be picked on. And I think they kind of did her dirty a little bit there. Oh yeah, sit on the front row. They'll be literally the place is going to be packed. So you better get a good seat now. And the front row is probably the best one. Knowing that literally no one ever wants to sit on the front row at comedy shows. At least if they're a kind of introverted person. like the extroverted ones, they literally don't give a shit. But like if you're an introverted person and you don't really want to be picked on very much, like it seems this woman probably is, then it's probably not a good thing, especially if you're like left in a situation where there's like literally nobody else in the front row either. It would probably be pretty fucking mortifying to be left in that situation. So yeah.
Like, Mouse, thank you for like.
To be fair, not really very much to do with like dating. It's not very much to do with like the dating situation. I don't know. Maybe she'll get into that, but
Sitting in the front row, and she proceeds to go up onto the stage and pointed out, like, had everyone clap for me for being brave enough to sit in the front row, and like that was fine. Like, I get it. Like, you know, people are afraid to sit in the front row, and I was kind of excited for it when I thought there was going to be people there. And it was just ironic that like the reason I was there was to meet people, and it was like I was a piranha. So she informed the crowd that like I was safe from being picked on because I was brave enough to sit there, and I'm like, oh, okay. So like the next few comics come up, and they both kind of point out like, are you waiting on people, or like what's going on here? And I'm, you know, have to admit, like, no, I'm.
So that kind of situation, it can end up being good for you, like especially if you're there to meet people. That kind of situation can end up being positive. I think it just depends on who else is there that particular night, like, because that can end up being a really fucking funny story. If you end up having a story where you turn up to a comedy night, you sit on the front row thinking other people are going to sit on the front row. Nobody else does. So the comedians pick on you the entire night. That's a hilarious ice-breaking story with strangers. So like that could, like, I don't know. I think that could have been turned around to be really positive to like meet people with. But if the people that she tried to meet people, like if she tried to meet people that night and they were all like, oh, you're a fucking loser, then like that's on them and not really her. I don't know. She's not finished the story yet, so we'll carry on.
I'm trying to meet people, and you know, again, they're nice. They're not being mean to me about it, but it's mortifying. It's mortifying. And then another comic comes up, and again, it's just like, you're pretty, but like, you know, and it's just, yeah. So by the end of the show, the lady comes up and says that they normally do a raffle to win this prize, because it was kind of at like a boutique type thing, but instead of the raffle, she's going to give this thing filled with stuff to the brave young woman who came first and sat alone in the front row. And then she had me introduce myself. What's your name? Anya. And like everybody's.
I don't know. It's like you could really perceive this situation in two different ways. Like, A, you're all patronizing me and you're all horrible and you're bullying me, or B, you're trying to make a joke out of this kind of awkward situation to break the ice and make it better. And like, it's like you could respond to that situation in either of those two ways. You could either think everybody's horrible and against you, or you could sort of play along with it and make a joke out of it. Without being in the situation, it's hard to sort of tell what was really happening, whether it was really sort of contextually like mean-spirited or not. It's hard to tell.
As if, like, brave fucking me. And she tells me to make sure to give my email to so-and-so to get, like, some gift card or something. And, like, this is all in front of everybody. And I just, like, I know nobody's sitting there like, oh my god, look at this girl. But, like, it's just, like, it feels like such a slap in the face. And I'm not even mad at the comics. I'm not even mad at the lady, like, I would probably think the same thing, but like, just for this point in my life, like, it just feels like Jesus.
Yeah. Like, I get her, like, for that specific... I get it. When you, like, feel like you're at a certain point in your life, I think that's where she's coming from. She's at a certain point in her life where she's like, fuck you all. I don't want to be feeling like this, and you're making me feel like this is part of a joke. Yeah. Like, yeah. I get that, and she's also sort of like, she's conceding that, like, she could have seen it as a joke, but she's not. And that's absolutely fine.
Like, I don't want to go out again. I'm tired of it. I'm over it. I'm sick of it. When I try, like, shit like this happens, and dating apps suck. And then I get into an Uber on the way home because I can't go have a drink like I wanted to because I have this giant fucking bag full of shit to carry around. And I get in this Uber, and it's this 75-year-old woman with her dogs. And she won't stop talking about her dogs and, like, how she got an oil...
She had multiple dogs in the car? What is going on? What is going on in America? Why do Uber drivers have multiple dogs in the car?
Changed, and what did you do tonight? Was the comedy show good? And, like, I'm being nice and polite, but all I can think about is, like, this is gonna be me. Like, and I know that's a worst case scenario. And it's not even like that's a terrible thing to be single all your life, but, like, I just can't help but feel like I'm gonna turn into this because I'm never gonna meet someone. And for everybody who's gonna tell me, it'll come along when you least expect it. I've been hearing that for like 7 years, okay? I'm so sick of hearing that. There's such a thing as people that just don't find their person and don't get married. So, like, I'm a realist. And
you don't fucking need to get married, though. That's the thing. Stop thinking that you need to get married. You don't. You don't need to get married. You're a wonderful, gorgeous woman, and you can just, like, date and have a boyfriend, and it doesn't fucking matter whether it's, like, for life or not. Who the fuck cares at this point? Just have fun.
The realist in me is starting to think, like, that's gonna be me. And I'm depressed now.
You don't need to get married.
As pathetic as that sounds. And
when you're 75, you don't need to get married. You don't need to be married by that point. You can literally have your fucking dogs or your cats. And, like, literally, we're at a point where nobody gives a fuck. Like, literally no one gives a fuck. I feel like we always get into this, like, mindset where we always think that other people give a fuck about what we're doing. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Everybody, they only give a fuck about themselves. And when you realize that, that's, like, literally some of the most freeing shit. Like, it literally makes you realize that you can actually do whatever the fuck you want to do without giving a fuck about anybody else, is when you sort of realize that nobody gives a fuck about you. They're only giving a fuck about themselves. They only give a fuck about you when you're literally impacting their lives. And most of the time you're not. No one's looking at you thinking, definitely not nowadays. Barely anyone's looking at you and thinking, why is she not married yet? Nobody gives a fuck. And that's fucking great. You could be 40 years old, fucking going around, fucking around, and most people nowadays will not give a shit about you. And that's amazing. You just do you. Fuck around. And if you manage to find someone who makes you happy and you want to stick around, great. Do that. But don't beat yourself up if you've not found that person yet. Just don't. Have some fun. Stop pressuring yourself into finding that supposed one person. It's only our culture that makes us think that monogamy is this, like, holy thing that we should all be working towards. It's not. Have some fucking fun, you know? I have literally no plans to get married. No plans to get married. I will go to my friends and family's marriages, fine. If they want to do that shit, fine. I will go along. I will celebrate their thing that they're doing. But I don't give a fuck. I will never get married myself because I don't see the fucking point. Like, what I want to do is find, you know, a friend who I like to have sex with every now and again. And if I find out that they're a fucking dickhead one day, what I like to do is be able to break up with them without getting a fucking solicitor involved. That's what I fucking like. That's what I like about not being married. If I want to fucking break up with that person, I don't want to have to pay a lawyer thousands of pounds to break up with that person. I just want to break up with them and move on with my life immediately. Fuck getting married. Like, fair enough if you want that sort of fairy tale day where you spend fucking 30 grand on a single day. Fair enough if you want to fucking waste your money doing that. But I don't think there's any fucking point. Personally, I will never get married. I'm going to date people and I'm going to have lots of lovely sex. But I'm not going to decide that I'm going to legally have sex with one person for the rest of my life. What's the fucking point? I'm going to date people and I'm going to have some fun. So yeah, girl, have fun. You're young, you're hot. Girls and boys are going to want to fuck you. You're great. Just, you will find them. Just, yeah. Just don't get worked up about it, man. I don't know. Like, I understand how she's like getting to that position where she's like really frustrated. But I think that kind of comes from this sort of cultural idea that we're supposed to find someone that we stay with for like years and years and years. Like that doesn't always happen. But to be honest, I think that that's only decided that was a thing because of like culturally we've like very much normalized like long-term relationships and marriage. And to be fair, as a woman, getting into a long-term relationship is quite often easier. It's the easier thing to do, is to get into a long-term relationship. As a woman, especially, being a single woman, it's kind of, it honestly, it's dangerous to sleep around a lot. It's dangerous. So yeah, from that point of view, I get why you probably want to get into a sort of like stable sort of relationship type thing. Like that's generally what I want to do as well. Like I have no desire to like literally sleep with a different guy every week because it's dangerous. And also there's quite like intricate sex related reasons for that as well as a woman. Like I don't like, are there any other vagina having people in chat right now? Because like if there are, you will know that being in a relationship with a person as a clitoris / vagina having person, it is like it is a process. When you get into a relationship with when you get into a sexual relationship with a new person, it's a bit of a process. I feel like more like I understand that this happens with penis having people as well, but especially with clitoris / vagina having people, it is a process to understand the other person's body. It's especially a process to understand a person's body who has a clitoris and breasts and a vagina. That is that is an even more complex process than if you have a penis, usually. So, like, getting into, like, a long-term relationship as a clitoris, a vagina-having person, it's beneficial because you can literally, you can train that other person into, like, doing what you particularly like. And also, it, like, along with that, it's like the trust as well. There's also the kind of, like, there's also the other side of it as well, with, like, the whole, like, violence thing, and how women are more likely to be worried about violence, and men becoming violent as things go on, and that need to build up a trusting relationship is more there with women along with that as well. So that's why along with, like, you know, most of the women, vagina, clitoris having people, particularly, they want to sort of just get into relationships, and it makes things a lot easier. It's a lot better than, you know, having variety. But on the other hand, I think it's a good thing that there's not as much pressure to get married as there used to be. So, like, you know, you can get into those relationships, and then if you realize that that person is a twat, or they're just, like, you know, not very good at getting you off as a bean-having person, then you could just be like, hey, bye, I'm going to go find the next person who might get me off as a bean-having person. And yeah. Bean-having person. Anyway. I'm not someone who posts or cries on the internet, so this is a new one for me. Hasu has been single for the past 7 years, talks through years about how she's tired of people telling her a dream man will come along when you least expect it. Oh. I'm so sick of hearing that, she says, slamming her hands on the kitchen island. This bitch has a kitchen island. There's such thing as people who just don't find their person and don't get married. Haz has posted on TikTok only 3 times before, but by the next day, her video had millions of views across the internet. People began to repost her TikTok alongside videos of other tearful 20 and 30-something single women, and the reactions showed just how disconnected the sexes are when it comes to the state of dating in 2024. Many men criticized Haz for having unrealistic expectations or seemed confused by her dilemma. Why are so many 29-year-old boss girls from TikTok having public meltdowns about failing to find a man? One dude on X. One dude, Rich Cooper. Oh, is this another one? Who's this guy? Unplug from comforting lies. Oh, God. Oh, God. This sounds like the worst guy ever. All right, what does she say?
Quick question. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I am so sick and tired of just everything right now. Everyone is so quick to say, stop doing this, stop thinking like this, stop telling me I'm wrong. I have literally convinced myself at this point, based on everything that everyone's telling me, my therapist, my family, my friends, that I'm just doing everything wrong. I'm healing wrong. I'm thinking wrong.
Okay, for a start, if your therapist is telling you that you're doing things wrong, that is a bad therapist. Leave that therapist. Report that fucking therapist to their I don't know, counseling governing body. A therapist shouldn't be telling you that you're doing something wrong.
I'm training wrong. I'm doing relationships wrong. Everything I do is fucking wrong. And I'm so sick of it. Stop comparing. It's not even about comparison.
Yeah, she probably signed up for BetterHelp.
Like, I genuinely just want love in my life so badly. It's literally not about anyone else. It's just about me and what I want. And being fucking over the fact that I don't have it.
The pathetic fallacy going on with the rain pouring down on her skylight right now.
I feel like I have done so much work on myself. I have built a beautiful life for myself. I'm happy with my life where I'm
She's clearly not happy. What?
at my job. I'm successful. I'm independent. I'm healthier than I've ever been. I take such good care of myself. Truly, the only thing I'm missing in my life is someone to enjoy it with. And I'm so sick of waiting. Like, when is it going to be my turn? What more do I have to do to fix myself before I'm just allowed to be happy? Before I'm allowed to meet this universe soulmate person that God supposedly has for me? How much harder do I have to pray and manifest and wait? I feel like I'm being...
This girl is talking to the wrong people. She thinks she has to pray, manifest for the right. She thinks she has to manifest and pray. Who is she talking to? Her therapist is telling her that she's doing the wrong thing. She's talking to all the fucking wrong people.
Punished for something I didn't do. And I'm just so tired. I'm so tired.
Yeah, no wonder.
I don't expect a lot.
Who are you fucking talking to? You're fucking priest. What the fuck?
Just want love in my life so bad. I want my life partner. Am I just supposed to be alone? Like, is that the message? That this beautiful life I've built for myself, like, it's just supposed to be me in it alone? Like, I know I have my dog and I love him so much, but, like, I need love. All of my friends have their fiancés and their boyfriends and their husbands that they prioritize. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I've been left behind. And I really just want to find that person that matches my...
Maybe you need a girl. Maybe she needs a lady and she's never even considered that.
Energy and wants to build a life with me.
I feel like that is the problem a lot of the time. Like, a lot of women just don't realize that they're like fully bisexual or gay.
Is that so hard?
Send her to San Junipero. Yeah, I mean, like, literally, I'm not like fully straight. I saw a tweet the other day that was like, what was the tweet? It was like, when I see a girl who tells me that she's fully straight, I'm like, girl, tell me more about that. What's it like being fully straight? Like, yeah, I literally don't think I've ever met a woman that's fully straight. Ever. Me included, I'm not fully straight. I don't know what I am. I don't know what I am, but I'm definitely not fully straight. Hell no. Maybe what you need is a little bit of bean, a bit of vagina, a little bit of vagina. I've met a few fully straight women. They say they're straight against their will. What, because they're like fully married, not even allowed to explore anymore. I don't think any men are fully straight either. No matter what they say, no matter how masculine, bro, they think they are, I don't think any men are fully straight either. I think it's all a spectrum, and it's very, very rare. Very, very rare to be fully straight. I reckon. That's what I think. It's very culturally defined. You're 13% gay. I mean, you can tell that from the Manosphere, though. You can literally, if you watch like 2 seconds of Manosphere creators, you'll see that straight away. You'll be able to tell straight away that none of those guys are fully straight. The way that they look at other men with like muscles and stuff, and they're like, yeah, ooh, that's a real man right there. None of those guys are fully straight. None of them are. None of them are. It's just expressing in a very different way, you know? The Kinsey scale, yeah. Maybe it's worth mentioning that homosexuality and heterosexuality are modern constructs in the identity sense of the word. Yeah. Yeah, very much so. The Greeks like their manly men too. Yes. Galloping abs. I think those types of dudes are legit embarrassed they're into muscle daddies because they'd be the bottom. No shame in being the bottom. Just do you, man. But yeah. No, I've like never fully on, like I've never full on had sex with a woman. I've not. But I literally wouldn't rule it out. I'll say that right now. I wouldn't rule it out. But that's the thing, like, even though I know that I'm not fully straight, that like culture and society has like literally like put me in a position where I've like actually not ever sort of been in a position where I was like, oh yeah, I can have sex with this woman right now. Even though, you know what, like I'd fully be up for it. With a lot of women, I would. But like society is not that simple. It's not so easy to like just jump into a same-sex encounter. It's not than it is with a heterosexual encounter. It's just not. That's the way society is set up. It's like, you know, it's just like accepted. It's just accepted that heterosexual sex happens. It's not generally accepted that homosexual sex is going to happen. Even though like the attraction is quite obviously there, especially like with women and probably with men, but I think men are less likely to admit to it because of cultural, you know, stigmas. I think men are less likely to admit to same-sex attraction. But I it's probably there just as much as it is with women. Girl pals intensify. Yeah, I mean, like literally the most lesbian I ever got was at school, to be honest. I kissed my best girlfriend on the mouth. And you know, it wasn't even a dare or anything. We just did it because we wanted to. And like, but the thing is, like, that's not weird for girls. That's not weird. You talk to if you're a guy in the chat, if you talk to your girlfriends, a lot of them will probably say, yeah, me and my girl mate, we like had a snog one time, or like even they might say, oh yeah, we like did oral on each other one time, but it was like a friend thing. It was just a friend thing. It was just a sleepover thing. And like, it's like nothing, you know, it's just fine. But with guys, I feel like there's a lot more stigma. They're like,
What? Bro, I would never suck bro's dick. Never. Never. I wouldn't do that.
Who am I friends with? People. It is slowly changing. Yeah. I have one girlfriend that says she's fully straight. Everyone else admits to being attracted to women. How can you not be attracted to women though? Like, how can you not be attracted to women? Women are gorgeous. Women are so gorgeous. Like, men can be very hot, but like women, like boobs and like butts. Oh my God, boobs and butts. Holy shit. Oh, this stream has devolved. This stream has devolved into smut. I mean, boobs and butts, guys. Boobs and butts. But a woman's body, a work of art, but also I love a good male body as well. I think male bodies can also be gorgeous. I mean, ball sacks. Okay, to be fair, ball sacks. I mean, like guys' bodies can be like sculpted and like beautiful, and like they have the pecs and like the abs and like the V-shaped thing down there. But the boy, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a single ball sack where I've been like, oh wow, that's such a beautiful. that's such a beautiful ball sack. Oh wow. No. But you can't help it. The things, they have to hang outside the body. It's fine. With women, with vaginas, everything's like tucked inside, and like you don't have to worry about all of that. We don't have to worry about those things. It's all like up inside. And like I guess it's a lot more difficult to make a ball sack look aesthetically pleasing. I get it. I'll just like not look at that. Ball sack shaming stream. But I honestly, bodies in whatever I don't know way they're built up are all beautiful, apart from the ball sack. Everything apart from the ball sack is fine. Oh man, when am I going to finish reading this article? Okay. Single people have always griped about trying to meet someone. How did I end up talking about ball sacks? But lately, it seems heterosexual women have reached a breaking point. Not only are they crying on camera, swearing off dating apps, they are becoming voluntarily celibate, like Julia Fox, or going boy sober. Oh my God. What's this one? What's this one? Right, so that's the original. That's the original one. Oh, is this a follow-up? Oh, pardon me.
So no hate at all towards this creator. I just kind of.
Oh my God, is that all natural hair? Girl, I would kill for all of that natural hair.
I needed something to stick up top to answer some things. I will be 33 next month, and I've been single for 7 years. I know myself. I know who I can be. I know who I don't want to be. I love myself, and I love myself enough to know that, like, I deserve someone to share who I am with, as cocky as that sounds. I know it's not everyone's dream to fall in love and have kids or whatever, but that is one of my dreams. And after, you know, about 6-7 years, you start to say, you know, this is fun and all, but like, I'm kind of over it, and I would rather not make it to year 8 like this. So yeah, I just want someone to sit on the couch and watch Love Island with me and buy me a Christmas gift or a Valentine's Day gift. It's been 7 years. I haven't had anyone do anything for me like that. And
Not Love Island, please. Not Love Island.
it's just, that is a clock that I keep ticking along and keep track of for some reason. But I play basketball 3 times a week.
Black Mirror. Watch Black Mirror, not Love Island.
I'm on a co-ed flag football team. I coach basketball sometimes. I'm in a running club. I have a job that I talk to multiple people a day, and I'm still not meeting quality people. I'm not meeting people that ask me out.
Maybe because you're expecting to meet people who are like Love Island people. I don't know. I feel like Love Island rots your brain.
I'm not meeting people that I would want to ask out, and I'm not meeting people that want a relationship. That's the key to all this also, that want a relationship. I meet plenty of men that don't want anything to do with a relationship, but that's not what I want. And so, yeah, I hit my boiling point last night, and for everyone who's saying, like, why would you sit in the front row? I kind of was like, I'm ready to get heckled. Like, they're going to make fun of my outfit, or they're going to point out this or XYZ. I never once thought, you know, what's probably going to happen? The 10 seats to my right are going to be completely empty. And although I came here to meet people, the complete opposite is going to occur. And then you're going to have 5 comics make fun of you. Never once crossed my mind. So yeah, it was just like a sitcom basically. And I happened to be in the fever dream. So I say, I've laughed about it a few times today. It's still brutal. It's a brutal story, but like kind of a cool story that like I know I'm gonna have fun telling later on down the road. I already kind of laughed with some of my friends about it. I'm not mad at the comedians. I was literally bait. Like, how could you not notice, like, everyone's here and then there's this one random chick in the front. We got to figure out what's going on. I'm not mad at them at all. I was upset last night about like how things have been going in my dating life, and it just finally broke. And I typically hold a strong demeanor and I don't really show my emotion like that. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's like commented. Everybody's been so sweet. There's been a few people that like literally I've had to keep myself from going off on. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. This is like my 2nd, 3rd TikTok or whatever. I need to like chill. But yeah, thank you to everybody. And I clearly am with y'all that are in a similar scenario. And hey, if anyone needs my help, we write at dawn, because I will back anybody up after everybody's given me so much support. And yeah, just thank you. Thank you.
I think she's pretty brave for going out by herself in the first place. A lot of people, most people would not do that in the first place. Like, just go out by yourself. Right, I'm gonna pee and I'm gonna finish that article. All right, I'll be back in a second.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Oh. All right, let's carry on. This little orange boy is being very demanding of my attention right now. Single people have always griped about trying to meet someone, but lately it seems heterosexual women have reached a breaking point. Not only are they crying on camera and swearing off dating apps, they are becoming voluntary celibate like Julia Fox or going boy sober. When Bumble ran an anti-celibacy campaign last month, the company received so much backlash it was forced to pull the ads and apologize. Okay. I'm looking for no, these are all entire I'm not going to read entire articles. Okay. Taken together, it looks as though single women in the US are one more bad date away from launching their own version of South Korea's 4B movement, in which women refuse to date, fuck, marry, or have kids with men. Bloody hell. Ryan Spencer vented her frustrations on TikTok in mid-May because conversations with a new love interests were stuck at service level. Brooklyn. Swear, like, honestly, this gaming chair, if you're like at all familiar with these gaming chairs, these Secret Lab gaming chairs, they're like 450 quid. Literally, Brooklyn uses this thing as a fucking scratching post. This thing is worth nothing now. Anyway, there's so many holes in this damn chair.
Quick question.
That's the one we just watched. Choking back tears, she wonders, is it supposed to be me alone? Spencer tells me she grew up with parents who still absolutely love the shit out of each other, and along with marriage, kids, and a house, she wants a fairy tale romance too. I'm not denying that I'm a little bit delulu when it comes to falling in love, she says. I'm sorry, I grew up watching Disney movies. I think that's part of the problem, to be honest. It's like this whole idea that there's a certain way that you should live your life, and people are sort of like given the idea that that's also the way that their life should play out. I absolutely, like, when I was younger, I was also absolutely under that impression that one day I would get married and I would have kids. And, you know, a lot of people my age who like went to my school, they've also done that now. And I don't know. I think if my life had turned out a certain way, maybe I'd feel really bad right now, because I'm not married or with kids. But like, I don't feel bad. Because I've sort of realized that there's other things that I can do in life, such as, you know, realize my own potential in certain aspects of my career. And I don't feel like my destiny involves getting married to a man or a woman or anyone. Or like, I don't feel like my destiny is only fulfilled if I have children. I don't feel like that anymore, but I certainly used to feel that way when I was younger. I did used to think that like I would not feel like I had, you know, a complete life if I didn't get married or had kids. I certainly don't feel that way anymore. Right now, I don't plan on ever getting married or ever having kids. What I do want to do is enjoy relationships with people that I enjoy spending time with. Be that, you know, a romantic encounter that lasts however long it lasts. And, you know, keeping my friends close. Friends that impact me in a positive way, not in a negative way, I think is really important. You know, community is so important, and keeping friends together that impact you in a very sort of positive way that keeps you grounded. I think especially when you do a job like this, which involves you being, you know, very online, which can really cook your brain in some ways. I think having a lot of real life friends who are not also chronically online is very, very beneficial, I think. And also having a cat who has no idea what the internet even is, also very beneficial. Enemies closer, well. I don't have any enemies very close. I mean, that's just a stupid thing that people say. If you're keeping your enemies closer, that is basically means that you're being extremely manipulative with people, which I don't think is necessarily a good way to live your life. I think you should keep in contact with people who make you feel good. I think you should look up to people who make you feel inspired rather than the people who make you feel like you're comparing yourself with them too much. I feel this especially as a sort of creative type of person. I wanna I'm very aware of the kind of people that I follow online that make me feel like shit, and the people I follow online that make me feel inspired. And that's not just online, but that's like in mainstream media as well. Like, the people who make me feel inspired are people like Charlie Brooker and like Adam Buxton and Frankie Boyle, I guess. Like, kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, I guess like sort of left-leaning comedians in mainstream who've like sort of done well in sort of mainstream media before my time, and they've kind of not been so brain broken by the internet Like, these are all people who have like not been extremely brain broken by the internet, and they've kind of like just, you know, not so bothered about the intricacies of what people have thought about them through every step of their career. And I think as a person trying to sort of get into media through the sort of more recent media landscape, I think it's too easy for you to get lost in the intricacies of how you think people are going to receive certain things that you create and do. David Mitchell, that's someone else that I can also look up to as well and sort of feel inspired. Because he's like managed to make a career in media and also like do bits of writing here and there and get success out of it without having to jump into the pigsty, as it were, very much of online content, which is what I would like it eventually to be able to do. As much as there's problems with mainstream media, I think it definitely had its bonuses for the people who worked in it in the past. It's as a creator who has sort of like worked up within modern media, it's hard to explain like how difficult it can be as a person to have instant raw feedback on anything that you create to a point where it's like detrimental to your psychological state. I'm making this sound awful, but honestly, like, I kind of look towards people. I look to people who work for the BBC, to be honest. People like David Mitchell and Adam Buxton and Charlie Brooker, and the way that they never really had to deal with social media in the way that I do. And I kind of look to them in kind of with jealousy, because like, even though I know that if they worked up in the same way that I did in this same environment of like very immediate feedback, they would be going through the exact same shit. And I kind of envy them in the way that they didn't have to go through that. They could just like, you know, they just did something and then the BBC picked them up, or whatever media company picked them up, and they were like, hey, do you want to do this show? Whereas if you want to get to that place in media now, what you have to first go through is the fucking pigsty of social media, where you're like, you have to deal with the constant barrage of just like internet commenters, and like, you have to be the type of person who can deal with that shit and move past it, to be able to get to the point where a media company might come to you and say, yeah, do you want to work for us and do something with us? So I'm kind of like jealous of them in that way, that they got kind of worked their way up before all of that bullshit happened. But in the same way, I think that there's like positives with the internet, in the way that literally it's been opened up to anyone who has a camera and has a YouTube channel at this point, can like sort of upload a video to YouTube and be like, hey, look, this is what I can do. I think that's a good thing that it's been opened up. But like, you have to get through that whole rigmarole of like, you know, idiots who are gonna comment on your video or like pop up in your chat and be like, you're a fucking idiot. And like psychologically, you have to deal with all of that shit. It can be difficult, but that's the way that the media landscape is now, I guess. So you're a really super ultra bright light in lefty landed media overall, FYI. Oh, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, I've been thinking a lot recently about how I want my career to move forward, because I don't think I could do YouTube or like social media stuff forever, at least not in the way that I'm doing it now. It's I think this kind of like media environment is very beneficial for I don't know. How can I put it? Sociopathic content creators. The kind of people who like, you know, like people like Logan Paul, who like the kind of people who put content out and they literally don't give a shit about how it impacts humanity. Like that's the kind of people who really, really, really benefit from the way social media works right now, is the people who don't give a fuck about literal humans, i.e. are a little bit sociopathic. Like if you care in any way about how your content affects society, if you're empathic in any way, it's literally a minefield. Like it's a minefield of bullshit, and you're constantly worried about how things are going to affect people, and that affects you psychologically extremely badly, and it like over time it like affects you, and it like snowballs. And like it's some point, like sometimes I'm just like, you know what, I really fucking wish I was just like Mr. Beast or Logan Paul right now, so I just could not give a fuck about how this is affecting people. Oh, that just seems like absolute bliss, just to not give a fuck about how this is going to affect anyone. All I care about, if all I could care about is how much money this bullshit was going to make me, that would be a blissful mindset to be in. But unfortunately, I'm never going to be in that mindset. Therefore, this job is always going to be a little bit torturous for me. And that's the most ironically shit thing about like social media, how it is right now. So yeah, it kind of sucks. But like being a genuinely like I'm such an empath, but like being a person who like genuinely cares about humanity and like affecting it in a good way is not profitable on social media. And I can't see a way in which it ever will be unless things genuinely change a lot. So anyway, basically like my point was, that's why I'm jealous of people like Charlie Brooker or like David Mitchell, or like the people who rose to fame doing creative shit that they love before social media was like really a thing, because they like avoided all of that bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, and like Frankie Boyle as well, like the way that he could sort of like just, I don't know, go around like stand-up circuits, and then one day some producer at the BBC probably noticed him and was like, do you want to be on Mock the Week? And he was like, yeah, okay, I'll be on Mock the Week. And then he got on TV, and like he never had to deal with like the direct fucking bullshit of like internet commenters to like get big. You know, that's the annoying thing about, I guess, creative people and media nowadays. Yeah. I'm not vapid enough to close my eyes in post. Yeah. But the thing is, like, that's what I try and tell myself to do constantly. I'm just like, post and ghost, post and ghost. Who cares? But the thing is, I care. I care too much. Like, if I could just fucking do some crypto scams like Logan Paul and run off with a fucking 100 grand in a day, then I would be doing that. But unfortunately, I don't want to do that. Yeah, Frankie Boyle had to deal with a lot of shit, but I guess like not direct shit from like people on social media and YouTube and that. But yeah, he had to deal with a lot of shit from like newspapers and stuff and various cancellations. But to be fair with like Frankie Boyle, I think some of the criticism of Frankie Boyle from his jokes like over a decade ago, I think are legitimate. I like, honestly, Frankie Boyle is my favorite comedian now, but like literally when he first got famous, like when he was first appearing on Mock the Week and whatever, I didn't even like him. I actually genuinely disliked him back then. But since then, I think he's definitely turned himself around. He used to make like problematic jokes about disabled people in particular, which were not very, it was not cool. They were not cool, but what he actually he raises awareness now for athletes in the Paralympic Games and stuff like that. And I feel like everything that he does now is at least an attempt to sort of undo the possible damage that he could have done in the past. Because I like the way he is now, I could not even imagine him making a joke about a disabled person in the way that he used to, which is a good thing. And he raises awareness about, you know, issues about disabilities and stuff. So yeah, I think he's taken a turn on that front. And yeah, I miss Sean Locke. Sean Locke is like literally one of the funniest comedians that we ever had. Yeah. It's almost like comedians grow up and learn over times paging iDubbbz. Yeah. iDubbbz has made a brilliant turn. Yeah. Charlie Brooker always faces criticism. Oh, I'm going to have to look at that. One of his first columns was him insulting people who wrote into PC Zone. It was called Sick Notes and pretty funny. His first regular comic strip was Cyber Twats, roasting people online. I think part of his brilliance is always engaging the worst parts of the public. Yeah. God, wait, I keep getting very much sidetracked. I'm sorry. Right, okay. Where was I? Choking back tears, she wonders, is it supposed to be me alone? Spencer tells me she grew up with parents who still absolutely love the shit out of each other, and along with marriage, kids, and a house, she wants the fairy tale romance too. I'm not denying that I'm a little bit delulu when it comes to falling in love. She says, I'm sorry, I grew up... I'm sorry. I grew up burping. I grew up watching Disney movies. Taylor, who asked to go by her first name only, could relate to Spencer's video, even though she's not angling for a marriage proposal. She has a solid life, but doesn't have a person to share it with, the 30-year-old pastry cook says of the TikTok. It hit me recently, 90% of the things I do on a daily basis, I do alone. So, Taylor, who lives in Brooklyn and wants a partnership of some kind, says so many of the guys she meets suffer from what she calls porn brain. They prize performative masculinity over actual connection. I mean, that's manosphere brain, really, isn't it? During sex, she says they focus on dominance rather than her pleasure. Yeah, that's the worst. That's like the number one way that you're going to convince a woman not to come back for a second date, is if all you care about is your own orgasm and not her orgasm. She's immediately going to go and try and find another guy who does prioritize her orgasm. And you know how he does that? By listening to her. Her only relationship ended a year and a half ago, and while she has been on a few dates since then, it has been hard to have meaningful conversations. All the women I spoke with said they feel apps have had turned dates into transactions. Haas swore off Bumble and Hinge more than a year ago, finding that most guys just pretend to want something serious in order to get laid. Since posting her video, she says 2 men she previously matched with sent unprompted dick pics. Anissa, a 31-year-old corporate lawyer who asked to go by a pseudonym, tells me the guys she meets seem interested in conquest, while she and other single women are just trying to find their person. She described 3 male archetypes she has encountered on the apps. He either wants to have sex with you immediately, or he's already in a relationship, or is just so obviously non-committal, or he's obsessed with you. One guy lied to her about his job and where he lived. Another confessed last minute to being in an open relationship, and the last man she went on a date with became overly attached to her after spending only a few hours together. She flaked on their follow-up plans. There's a sickness where we don't see people as people because of the apps, she says. We always think that there's something better out there. I think that's definitely a lot of the issue here, is like with dating apps, we feel like there's an infinite amount of options. And yeah, I feel like that mindset afflicts probably both genders, but probably women a little bit more, because the way that dating apps work, women are sort of inundated with choices. So it sort of like leaves you with this mindset of, oh, well, if a guy's not completely perfect, then there's going to immediately, like if a guy doesn't tick a specific box, then there's going to immediately be another guy on the dating app that actually does tick that box. But I think this is a bit of a logical fallacy in a lot of ways, that we sort of start thinking of other people in terms of like tick boxes, when we should actually just be sort of thinking about them in terms of being people and not just like tick boxes that we can just blip, 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 blip. And like as soon as a person, you know, says a single thing that we don't like, we're like, oh, well, there'll be somebody else out there that doesn't do that thing. And, you know, and then we'll just sort of end up jumping between person and person and person and person. Whereas I think before dating apps, dating psychology was not in that mindset. It was more like, you're less likely to think, oh, well, if I don't like this person, if I don't immediately think this person is perfect for me, well, there's somebody else out there. Whereas before dating apps, I think we were a bit more like, oh, if this person's not immediately perfect, you know what? There's a lot of things about them that I do like, and therefore maybe I'll give them a bit of a chance and I'll date them a few more times and go on a few more dates. And I think that's where a lot of women can go wrong on apps these days, because they have so many choices. They're very much not likely to sort of stick with one guy if they see one thing that's wrong with them, which isn't really sort of like the natural way that we meet other humans in general. Like that's not how we That's not how we meet friends. We don't sort of decide that we're only going to be friends with people who completely match up with our ideological opinions 100%. We we generally accept that we're not going to agree with other people 100% on every single issue, and we kind of accept that with the friends that we have. But I guess like with the boyfriends or girlfriends that like, or the partners that we want to choose, I think there's this kind of expectation that they're going to immediately be completely ideologically aligned with ourselves, and they're going to be perfect in every single way. And if they're not, then, well, we might as well just jump back onto the dating app and not even think about giving it a chance, which I think we used to do a little bit more when we had no way of immediately going to look for somebody else. And yeah, that's probably a bit of a problem, because like that's not really how dating has ever worked. Anyway, Anissa isn't finding it any easier to meet guys offline. In her experience, men her age tend to pick up younger women in bars. He's not going to go up to this scantily clad 21-year-old who's having the time of her life, she says. He's going to go up to the scantily clad 21-year-old who's having the time of her life, she says. Not 3 grumpy 31-year-olds. Like, this is like very, I don't know, generalizing of society in general, isn't it? Like, not all guys are going to do that. Not all guys who are 30 years old are going to be running after 21-year-olds, because not all guys are running after young girls. And that's very much a misconception in itself. A lot of guys aren't fucking idiots, but I can see how social media might make you think that a lot of guys are idiots. But a lot of them aren't. And a lot of them do want to date women who are their own age and are old enough and intelligent enough to challenge their opinions on things, because they're sure enough in themselves and in their masculinity to deal with a woman who might have a different opinion to them on something. A lot of men are mature enough to do that, and to date a woman who they can have a real adult conversation with. The thing is, a lot of men can't, and those are the men who are going for the 21-year-old girls, and those are the ones that you don't fucking want to date anyway, because they are literal man children. Anyway, Taylor also hasn't had any luck in the wild after ditching dating apps. She says that in her 20s, it was easy to meet someone every weekend at Union Pool, the notoriously horny Williamsburg club. Now she finds the bar crowd is more closed off and cliqued up. Watching Haas's video, she thought, someone sitting alone at a comedy show? Sounds about right. In the past 5 years, I don't think I've ever met someone out here randomly. Each woman offers different theories on why dating is such a drag right now. Taylor blames technology, and Spencer finds men her age are more interested in getting shit-faced in New York City every weekend than in committing to a relationship, partly because the COVID-19 pandemic derailed their prime sexual... Like, what even is that? What even are your prime sexual years? What the fuck? Another woman in her early 30s tells me she has been on an 8-month break from dating men because she thinks they've become more politically conservative. I mean, like, literally, you're looking in the wrong place. Like, that's all I can say. You're looking in the wrong place. Some studies show that young women are becoming more liberal than young men, though experts are skeptical that there's a significant political divide between the sexes. I mean, like, there's plenty of leftist men out there, you just like, I don't know, join some Discord servers. I know, like, that's the thing, like, Discord servers are so much more male orientated than female orientated. I think, like, women need to know, like, how fucking Discord works. And then they might meet some more leftist men. Haas is concerned about the online network of men's rights activists who want to turn guys against women. The one common thread throughout these conversations, though, is that the women believe their romantic priorities are fundamentally different from those of guys their age. That may be a new problem. See, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, but it feels especially pressing in the age of Andrew Tate and swiping left. Taylor still feels hopeful that she'll meet someone even if she has no idea when, but Anissa isn't so sure. Like Spencer and hers, the thought of being single long-term terrifies her. She doesn't want to spend her Friday nights with her cat eating sushi. Honestly, that sounds fucking amazing, but okay. She also hates it when people tell her a relationship will happen when she stops trying to make it happen. I think that is the biggest lie that we tell each other and ourselves. Anissa says, you have to look. But where is she supposed to look exactly? For her part, Haz wants to be more proactive about flirting IRL by complimenting hot men she sees at the grocery store or in a coffee shop. And that's probably not the right way to go about it. Rather than going to a bar and hoping to get hit on, she's also forcing herself to get off the couch and hang out with friends she doesn't normally see. I'm just going to try and have fun and see if that helps, she says. I think that's the right way to go about it. Just like try and make more friends. I think like, yeah, the way that we used to do it was like before dating apps. Like I'm revealing literally how old I am now, but like literally the way things used to work before dating apps was literally there were friend groups. And like friend groups would like merge together and be like, yeah, let's go out together and do something together as these two separate friend groups. And then what would happen is like people would meet each other from these different friend groups who were like maybe, of different genders or maybe of the same gender if they were like of gay friend groups. And like things would happen. And that's literally the way it used to happen. We didn't even have to use dating apps at all, and there were no problems. On Instagram, she currently has 180 unread messages, but the DMs Haz is most excited about have been from other women in Austin asking her to hang out. If the video scores her a few new friends, it will have served a purpose, though she has thought about taking it down. If I magically do meet someone, she says, I don't need them to be able to go to my TikTok and see me crying all over the internet. Oh dear. I think we're some comments that I wanted to look at. Dating horror stories from our readers. So this is what they've picked up from their comments. The woman whose dates stories did not add up at all. In our dating story, a corporate lawyer keeps finding herself on dates with pathological lies who fabricate everything from where they work and live to the fact that they're secretly in open relationships. Readers have also encountered their fair share of lies, including ones who stick them with the bill. That's the thing, though. It's like with dating apps, it's like with anything in society that gets popular. Like people are gonna end up finding ways to manipulate that thing to their own ends as much as possible. And it's the same with like sugar daddy scams and like and like catfish scams. Like, it's like, obviously this shit was gonna happen. We need to get off these fucking apps and just like bring back talking to each other in real life. The thing is, like, people, like, that concept is just like so disconnected from a lot of people who have literally grown up with the internet that it's like impossible to even, for them to even consider that that might even be a thing. I remember like when my Manosphere video first came out, people were like literally, because in my Manosphere video, I did say, yeah, dating apps are treating men horribly. They are a massive contributor to the whole manosphere problem. And like what I said in my manosphere video as a sort of cure for it was like, to get around this, what you need to do essentially is go out and try and make friends with people, and not have, like, literally not have dating in your mind. Just literally go out and talk to people like you just want to make friends with them, i.e. treat them like human beings, because other human beings can tell. They have these spidey senses. Other human beings have these spidey senses, and they can tell when you're treating them like a human being versus a piece of potential meat, sexual meat. So like, if you're literally a very lonely young man, this is what I said in my manosphere. If you're a lonely young man and you're like, what the fuck do I do? Literally, it's because the internet has made you very isolated as a person, and what you should actually do is go out and just make friends with people and flex that social muscle that you've not been flexing for a long time. Build up that social muscle in your brain where you go out and make friends with people and treat other people like human beings, because then you'll sort of kind of realize that what you shouldn't do is talk to women like you're essentially wanting to have sex with them, because they can immediately tell straight away. If the only reason that you're talking to them is because you want to have sex with them, they can immediately sniff that shit out. What you should do is talk to them like they are human beings with opinions and real thoughts and real needs, you know? And that's what I tried to say in my Manosphere video. It's like, you should just try and make friends, and it should not matter whether you want to fuck them or not. You should just go out and try and make friends. But like, the guys that came from the Manosphere community came to my comment section in that video, and they were like, guys, just like tune out. She doesn't have a solution. All she's saying is that you should go out and talk to people. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just don't even bother watching the video, guys. She hasn't given us a solution. Like they were expecting me to come out with some kind of magic formula that would make every woman want to fuck them immediately. The comments on that video, insightful. It's like, even if you give them literally all the facts, even if you lay out everything, it's like, if you don't give them an extremely easy solution that they don't have to work for, they will be so angry, and they will just dismiss you outright if you don't make it extremely easy for them. Like, what I should have said in that video is, oh, hey guys, if you want to get a woman into bed immediately, what you actually need to do, like there's actually a password. It's a 3615. So if you go up to a woman and you say 3615, she'll immediately take you back to her bedroom and fuck you. Like, that's what they wanted. That what they didn't want to hear was, oh, you have to go out and try and make friends and be a human being. They didn't want to hear that. They did not want to hear that. What they wanted to hear was some kind of secret code that got you into a woman's pants. And that is the problem. That is the problem.
Shit, guys, she's given us the password.
Fucking knew you guys would write that down. For God's sake. Three, 6, 1, 5. I fucking knew it. All right, what are these stories? I swore off the dating app last year when I found out a guy I'd matched with who described himself as a successful business owner, college educated, ready to settle down, etc., had just been released from prison 2 weeks beforehand. He spent 14 years in lockup for armed robbery, social security fraud, and child endangerment. Just before him, I'd matched with a cop who boasted about being up for promotion to chief. Turned out he had been fired a month beforehand and was under state federal investigation for stalking DV and illegally wiretapping his ex-girlfriend. I'm telling y'all, something ain't right with a lot of guys out here today. They straight up create whole new identities and personalities to lure women. It's creepy. Yeah. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. I wish we could have a drink and swap horror stories. I went out with a British man. He said he was on the Olympic cycling team, was living in Chicago because he was funding the new velodrome. Said that he owned the largest nightclub in the Canary Islands when he was 21, was the architect behind the Nike Cole Haan deal, made up a fiance and then promptly killed her in a drunk driving accident on New Year's Eve outside a Starbucks in Malibu. Then when our bill came, he went to pay and 3 of his credit cards were declined, so I paid. By the time he was rambling about his Nike deal, I worked for a sports agency, so I knew this was categorically untrue, because that deal was done in 88 and he would have been 8 years old. I knew he was mentally ill and I wanted to see how far he'd go, but my God, obviously none of it checked out. But wow. Talented Mr. Ripley shit. I left my car on the street because I didn't want him to see my license plate or follow me home. I took an Uber to a friend's apartment and she walked with me back to my car later that night. Wow. The thing that cracks me up is that these are just regular dates, not even particularly bad ones. I once met a guy who told me he was an adventurous war photographer, but could actually hardly walk since he was disabled in a car accident 20 years ago. That stood out a bit, but the guys who lied about marital status or employment status, age, height were legion, and my experiences paled in comparison to a woman I know who Googled a date after finally getting his last name on the 2nd or 3rd date and found out he was on the sex offenders registry. I'm in my mid-50s now and gave up on dating not quite 10 years ago myself. Ultimately, what really soured me on it was how much work it was. Meeting all these strangers who were rarely how they presented themselves online, unpacking all their baggage and often getting ghosted on the rare occasions where I thought there might be a spark. Interviewing for jobs had literally become more pleasant. At least people were actually polite and interested in me, and there was a much stronger chance I'd get something out of it. And I have to say, I haven't really missed it at all. I have plenty of friends and family to spend time with and enjoy their company far more. The men who don't get better with age Oh, God. 43 male forgot his wallet and I paid for everything on our first date. Fine. Second date was fine. No fireworks, but he was nice and on the shy side. Third date, I realized he never actually asked me any questions and I was driving the whole conversation, so I let the awkward silences happen. The server dropped off the bill at the restaurant he had picked out and he just looked at it, looked at me, and I waited. I said, let's split this. Then, against my better judgment, I agreed to go across the street for another drink. He let the door slam me in the face as we left the restaurant. The hostess actually laughed. And then we get to the bar and I went to use the bathroom. He got himself a drink and then went and sat down outside. And then proceeded me to tell me he'd never been in a real relationship. I am not interested in training a grown man who shows no apparent interest in me how to be a boyfriend. Wow. That was a 43-year-old guy. 40 male. We met at a brewery that he chose near his house, but on the other side of the city from me. It was 7 p.m. on a Wednesday and I asked if he wanted to order food and he said, no, I'm good. Okay, it's dinner. So I ordered myself nachos because I was starving. He then proceeded to eat half of them and spent a solid half hour hunched over the bar telling me about his recent divorce. Good luck, my guy. Okay, 41 male. We matched and were chatting every day for a couple of weeks, but our travel schedules weren't lining up. And he wasn't making an effort to schedule anything that could work. Eventually, I grew very tired of endless messaging, and I asked him for a specific date, and we settled on when I would be back in town from a mother-daughter trip. The entire chatting had been a lot of, oh man, me too, things we had in common. A lot of things we seemingly had in common. While I was out of town, he was texting me non-stop with specifics about the area I was traveling in. I hadn't told him any details because I value my privacy/security, and I hadn't given him my last name. Long story short, he had found me on LinkedIn using a reverse Google image search. Oh my God. And my work information, and he was watching my sister's Instagram stories, then texting me, pretending me like it was just a coincidence that he had mentioned that restaurant when we'd been there the night before. Oh God. I'd already told him that he was coming on too strong for someone I'd never met, but this was fully disturbing behavior. He also worked in cybersecurity at my bank. Oh no. So I had to reach out to my banker and make sure he didn't have access to my information. Also, he lied about still being married. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, okay. All right. Should we read a few more? Oh, God. I went on a date like number 2 as well. Spent the entire time venting about his soon-to-be ex-wife to me. Then I told him at the end that I wouldn't be asking to meet up again because he didn't seem to be over the divorce yet. He loudly exclaimed, no, I'm so over her. He said the divorce, not your ex, and he went silent. If they think it's bad in their 30s, try it in your 50s. After wasting 6 months of my life with someone who turned out to be in a relationship, just testing the water to make sure he wasn't missing out on anything, I'm done. Elaborate lies and unbelievable stories of why he had to cancel last minute until his SO finally caught him and he dropped off the radar. I'm 49. The rumours are true. It's bad. We are shopping in the returns department and the returns are all the toxic men that smart women got rid of during the Trump era pandemic. There is a beacon of hope, though. Look into the burned haystack dating. What? You find your needle in the haystack by burning it all down. Anyway. All right. It's fucking 20 to 4 and I think my voice is like literally dying. I'm not coughing anymore at least, but like my sore throat is feeling a little bit more achy. So that's not ideal. Oh man. Was there anything else I wanted to look at? I don't think so. Now, maybe we should end on something more fun. Something a little bit more fun. Do. I could do vehicles versus water, but like honestly, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I have no more commentary to give about vehicles versus water these days. I don't know. Like I feel like I don't know. I don't know if there's something else we can like, something else fun. I don't know, like what, like I don't know. Vehicles versus snow. I don't know, something else like sort of British and stupid that we could watch at the end of streams. Boats versus rocks. Cat videos. Is boats versus rocks even a thing? What are you What do you mean boats versus rocks? Is that even a thing? Oh no, I'm coughing now. Oh no, look at Oh shit. Oh shit, boats versus rocks is a thing. Cat videos? I mean, yeah, maybe cat videos. Oh yeah, baby. Can we do can we watch daily dose of internet? Best cat videos of the decade. Oh no. His engine's gone. His engine's gone. Oh no. Super weird cats that will totally confuse you.
These are the best cat videos from the past 10 years.
Oh right. Oh no, they've put foil on the side, and there is a cat about to jump onto said foil. There are going to be consequences, guys.
Videos from the past 10 years.
Thanks for the gifted subs. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's a there's a disabled kitty. Oh.
Ты ко мне лезть. Не надо. Ах ты.
I mean, that's a way to do it.
Boy. You can't.
Oh, it's missing a leg. He's missing a leg.
What are you hitting him with? You have no other arm.
Oh. That really did sound like that.
What did you just say?
This cat is not being harmed in any way and truly enjoys doing this trick.
It's a little flip.
Oh, wow.
Part 2, double mom hug. Fatty meters.
Guys, normalize traditional families. 2 lesbians and a cat.
Oh, it's cold.
Literally, Brooklyn does this with me. He talks to me.
These people use their cat to catch a bug.
Oh yeah, yeah, literally when you lift a cat up to like catch a spider, they understand. They literally understand the assignment every time.
These people use their cat to catch a bug.
Oh, the way that he has it in the middle of the claws. The way. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I've seen this clip like I think 1,000,000 times. I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Oh. Hi, how you doing?
Babe, are you hungry? Say yeah.
She came home after petting a cat that her cat absolutely hates.
Oh man, oh my god, oh my god. Oh no!
This is Aries, who is a cat that was born with hyperextended rear legs. He isn't in any...
Oh my god, he's like a little spider, like a little Halloween void!
This is Aries, who is a cat that was born with hyperextended rear legs. He isn't in any pain and is pretty much a normal cat in every other way.
Oh.
Are you gonna pray or someone else is gonna pray?
I've seen this video before, it's great.
This, you can do it. You can do it, Snowball. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
Oh.
This cat seems to have adopted this monkey.
Oh, I thought he was pregnant. Oh. Orange boy. Oh yeah, I've seen that one before. The way it fucking body slams that dog.
I can't find my screwdrivers anywhere. Like, where did they go?
This poor cat had an existential crisis.
Oh, I've seen this one.
Why are you doing this?
I've seen this. This video. If you're anywhere near Cat Talk or Cat Reels, you've seen this already.
Why are you doing this?
Oh!
He was trying to force his cat to love him.
Get over here. It's not that serious.
You can have one bite. It's pistachio ice cream.
Oh, the brain freeze. Thing is, like, cats get brain freeze in the same way that we do when they eat too much cold ice cream.
This chunky monster of a boy.
I've seen this one.
He's not overeating. I know that. Look at
This
the little kegs.
He's not overeating. I know that. Look at
The streamer's cat really loves her.
Oh.
I don't know what she's looking at.
Oh, it's like me.
He just flung cat litter out of the box. He's probably gonna do it again. Oh my god.
El cielo se cae con chicken little.
No. Is that cat okay? Oh my my god, is the kitty okay?
Who would you save in a burning building?
I feel like that video was I think the eyes were definitely CGI'd.
Who would you save in a burning building? Me or Kenzie?
You?
For some reason, a bat latched onto the collar of this cat.
Oh my god. I've seen that one before. Biscuits! Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! What a predicament!
This poor cat was halfway to heaven.
Nella. Girl, stop. Jesus Christ.
I've been wondering whether to get Brooklyn. Where is he? Oh, he's under the desk again. I've been wondering whether to get him another little friend. I'm not sure. The thing is with Brooklyn, it's so difficult to tell whether something's gonna completely stress him the fuck out or not. You know, it's hard to tell.
You want to eat?
Get him a puppy.
No, it's not time. You just ate.
They wanted to introduce their new kitten to their older cat.
Stop. Shut up.
This cat was in trouble and yelled for backup from her big brother.
Oh! Oh my god, it's your Dobby! Oh no, not the candle.
Did you get that?
Oh my god. Cats are fucking idiots when it comes to candles. They don't fucking understand fire. Oh. Oh. This is what Badger used to be like, honestly. He always had a little kitty cold. Badger always had a cold. And to be fair, I think that was what ultimately contributed to his eventual demise, honestly, was like he didn't have a very good immune system, and that was quite clear from when he was born. And he caught colds quite easily because he was like constantly quite snotty. Yeah, it was very sad.
What do you think is wrong with this cat?
Stop it. Stop. What are you doing?
Do you like your new tie? It makes you look very handsome.
This cat was really upset that they woke up from their nap.
What happened? Do you wake yourself up? No, you are so very grumpy.
Oh, Brooklyn gets like that as well. If I have to like get him up from his nap for whatever reason, if I have to get him out of his bed, he'll like do this little chattery thing where he's like, Hello?
Careful, please.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this one. It missed.
Really careful.
It misses.
Not yet. Roger.
Oh, it's a wobbly kitty.
A cat got too close to a candle, and its tail caught on fire. The outer layer of fur was protecting the cat, which is why the cat didn't freak out.
I've seen this one before as well. Like, literally the cat's just like, yeah. And what?
I have never seen a cat run and curse up before.
I love this clip. This is amazing. What the hell? What the hell?
Unfortunately, Oliver, as you know, your sales have not increased, for this month. So unfortunately, we have decided that we will need to be letting you go.
This behavior is not professional. I will be calling security. Ah!
Oh yeah, I've seen this one. Unfortunately, you left 1 inch of a gap beneath the door and therefore a cat could get through. It is your fault. Oh, I love this clip. I love this clip. Boof! Boof! Yeah!
I found a cat that loves sucking on this person's ear.
Oh. Oh.
This cat got a little nervous and protective when the baby put their hands over the balcony.
I've seen this clip before as well. I love the way that we just like completely anthropomorphize animals as well. Like, oh yeah, the cat's being like worrying about the baby trying to get over the balcony. No, they're not. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to ruin it for you guys, but that's not what's happening. The cat's just doing random shit, and so is the kid.
To make this shoe launch off the desk on its own. You ready?
Hairless cats often need lotion in order to protect their skin.
Oh man, hairless cats.
Do your stretches, special.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. Pesto chicken pasta?
This guy tossing his cat to
Yeah.
go catch a rat. This person has a cat that walks on the same path every day. This person wanted her dogs to come back inside, but they weren't really listening. The cat saw that they weren't listening and wanted to help out.
Again, massive anthropomorphization.
Yeah, the cat wanted to help out the human who was trying to get the dogs to come inside.
Yeah, bro. Oh.
Why?
Like, literally, I want to do a whole fucking tangent video about how much we anthropomorphize animals, in particular dogs and cats, and the way that we think that they're talking to us when they press those fucking little buttons on the floor, and they're just pressing random ones to get attention from humans. But like, the owners are like, yeah, oh my god, my dog or my cat is talking to me in English. It's such bullshit.
Hey,
yeah, I've seen that one.
What do you think he's going to jail
I've seen about half of these.
for?
Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Free the cat! Was hat sie getan?
I will. I absolutely want to do a video on the stupid buttons. I really do.
Was hat sie getan? Huh?
This guy was
There's someone on Instagram with an account called, I think they're called something like Justin Bieber the cat. And like, yeah, honestly, like I see their videos and they're just like constantly like, oh yeah, my cat told me that a hurricane was on the way, and then like, because they pressed something random and then something else random, and then a hurricane happened, and therefore my cat can tell when hurricanes are coming and can also conceptualize hurricanes and tell me in my very human English language that hurricanes are coming via the medium of these buttons. Like, I'm so sorry. How just, no, none of this is happening.
kind enough to save a kitten found on the side of the road.
Someone just, oh no, it's a whole, oh my gosh! I can't
oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, there's more. We got a kitten problem.
The best problem to have, a kitten problem. You're in a bubble!
This cat was confused when she heard her owner's voice come from a security camera.
Oh, I have Ring cameras, and sometimes when I'm away, it's a bit mean, but yeah, you can talk to them through the mic, and they're like, "What the hell?" Oh, poor thing. Oh.
If you take a wet toothbrush and pet a cat with it, it supposedly reminds them of getting cleaned by their mother.
Again, we're just very much projecting whatever we fucking think onto it. Like, the cat probably just likes it because the cat likes being stroked, and the toothbrush just fucking feels nice. But yeah, sure, it's because of the mother's tongue. Sure.
Hunter, are you hungry?
This cat grabs food from the automatic feeder as if someone will try and steal it.
No, hey, hey.
This cat was caught doing sit-ups underneath a car.
Yeah, working on my abs, bro.
I have never seen a cat drink via Bluetooth before. Imagine losing a game of ring toss to a cat.
I've seen this one.
Go, let go.
what happens when you have an indoor cat. Like, Brooklyn never goes this insane because I do let him outside for like at least, you know, a few hours each day.
I think he can sense that the brain cell is nearby, so he's trying to stay extra still so that he can finally intercept it.
See if Bruce likes cottage cheese. Want somebody? Oh.
Oh no!
This cat has trouble understanding how the screen works.
Oh.
Chega, Ninho. Ninho. Oh, meu Deus, que gato doido é esse, menino?
Oh, another body slam!
Stairs. I just got off work, so don't look up here.
I have never seen someone that loves corn as much as this cat does.
Yeah, cats really love sweet corn, apparently. I've not tried this on Brooklyn. Maybe I should.
This cat just discovered the new security camera that was installed in the house.
Come on.
You got your clutch, you got your brake, you got your throttle, you got your gear lever, AFR gauge, fan switch, steering wheel. You got all that?
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Hey.
Hello.
Samara, ходим парой, да?
You're so cute. They must be
Так
cool.
мило.
This cat sounds exactly like a squeaky toy. What do you think he's trying to say?
Oh, Badger used to really love just like going after any random bug that was in the vicinity. Badger used to love eating like spiders. So like if I ever saw a spider that I just wanted to get rid of, I would just like sit Badger in front of it. I'd be like, "Hey, Badger, eat this spider," and he would always do it. Oh yeah, Brooklyn's not so good at the whole bug thing. Are you, Brooklyn? Yeah, you're useless, aren't you, Brooklyn?
What are you two doing?
I have never seen such a nervous dog before. There's only two types of cats.
And the other one that just jumps over the top.
Peanut.
Oh.
Did hers get her cast off? Look, she. Oh, why'd you do that?
You ate a bee this morning. How do you feel? Thank you.
Well, they only turn one once, and we are doing the whole princess theme, but it's gender neutral, of course.
Oh. Brooklyn, are you coming to watch? Brooklyn's coming to watch. Look at the silly kitties. Loves fruit by the foot. She wants a fruit by the foot.
That's the end of this video. Hopefully you enjoyed this super special cat video that I made, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed this super silly cat video that I made. I hope you guys will see you soon. Bye. Bye.
And here's an actual real cat for you. Let's make it full screen. Yeah, baby. Ooh. Oh. Let's bring your ass up. Oh. There we go. Here's a real cat to end the stream with. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. Obviously, you can hear... Oh my god, it's like 13 minutes past 4 a.m. Oh my god, why did you not tell me to go to bed? Why do I do this to myself? Oh, listen to my voice. Awful. I should get some sleep. Terrible. All right. Do you want to hear Brooklyn purring? Hang on. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.